Hi everyone, it's Sioni and welcome to the full movie of What If Izuku Had a Kaijui Girlfriend. I do hope you all like and share the video with our friend, and let's get into the longest video I have done. Izuku POV, present day. 18 days before today, that was when things started to take a turn for the worst for Erika. An issue that was previously unnoticed with her came to light that day, and it was something that had everyone concerned, especially towards me. As for myself, I was suffering a problem on my own that day. It had all come to a head after I had left school for the day. That is when it had all happened. Day 18, UA Training Grounds, Erika's greenhouse, third-person POV. Not far from Monarch's temporary headquarters lied what could be described as a concrete bunker with giant glass windows and security posted all over. This bunker was where Erika would stay most of the time when she wasn't being tested on, or with Izuku. It was also more reinforced and secure with custom security outfitted by Agent Aoki, as they were still dealing with a Kaijui, who even in a reduced form was still potentially more than enough to be a threat to most pro heroes out there. Which explained the advanced security doors into it. But not the nervous-looking agent surrounding Yujiro along with Agent Aoki and one of UA's teachers, Snipe. It was time to run some more tests on Erika, and it had been a while since the guards outside had heard any of her roaring, so it was best to check up on her. Still, it was not going to be a pleasant experience. With Midoriya not spending any time here for training today, Erika was less than pleased when she heard the news. I know this level of security is necessary, but I would have thought all of you would have been used to Erika's presence by now. So why are all of you nervous, especially you Snipe? I am sure that you have many things scarier than Erika, well in her current state anyway. Yujiro said, getting the pro hero to nod. That I have, but she has lately been developing quite the nasty habit lately. One that I am certain would frighten most pro heroes. Snipe said with a shudder as the second security closed with a hiss behind them as the group walked down a small hallway into the greenhouse and to a final set of doors. Really now, and what has she done this time? Yujiro said, having gotten used to reports of Erika terrorizing anyone whenever she wasn't being tested on or when Izuku was within a 2-kilometer radius of her. They were still trying to figure out how she was able to do that. Anyway, it seemed like Erika had a habit of terrorizing anyone when she was either particularly bored or if they had offended her in some way. Like calling her Biollante, especially around Izuku. One of the rookies found out the hard way once the boy left. It was all agreed that he was a moron for doing so. He was lucky that he only had a broken rib. So he would prefer not to deal with any kind of nasty surprises. He already had to vacate his apartment as they were going to be spraying it for insects until tomorrow, and he had to figure out how to sneak his house guest into the base until it got the all clear. It is something straight out a horror movie. Erika breaks herself into spores and disappear into the dirt, waiting minutes at a time before resurfacing and reforming anywhere around us, roaring and wrapping us in her vines. It is horrifying. Aoki shouted with shuddering, getting the other agents to follow suit and Yujiro to sigh. This is not going to end well. The final door opened and all the agents and Snipe crowded around Yujiro. There was no sign of her. The group entered her greenhouse, the inside consisting of several rooms all fitted with dirt and a central room with a TV, couch, desk, some weights, a mini fridge, and a few other human necessities. That room was created for whenever Izuku visited and where Erika spent the most time around whenever he wasn't training. The walls all had marks from any previous events she had made to get out whenever she wanted to see Izuku after hours, bored, or dealing with putting her to sleep for the night. Yet there was still no sign of Erika, unless she was still hiding in the soil. Still, it was better to be on the safer side after all. Agent Aoki, did you receive any kind of notifications from any of the systems you had in place? Yujiro asked, getting the agent in question to shake his head. No sir, but then again the reception here always goes down in the surrounding area every time Erika breaks apart into spores. Still, the security systems should have captured if she tried anything to escape. The terminal should be in the central room, he said, getting the hematologist to nod. Good, then you should be able to access that on your own, Yujiro said, getting Aoki to start to shake in fear. He was going in alone to where Erika preferred to stay, with the Kaijui in question possibly lurking underneath his feet. with said Kaijui holding a grudge against him even after nearly 2 weeks for a simple mistake. This was going to suck. Aoki broke out of his stupor once he realized that the others were checking out the rest of the greenhouse. Not wanting to be left alone and easy pickings for Erika, he flew to terminal in record time. In one of the makeshift rooms, Yujiro, Snipe, and the 2 agents were searching for any traces where Erika was hiding. After a minute of searching, Yujiro noticed something on the ground and half buried in the dirt. He pulled it up to reveal that it was one of Erika's fang-like thorns, the bottom of it broken off. The tip of it still looked sharp. But what was the most curious to him was that through several small cracks in the teeth were bits of concrete. Agent Aoki, do you have anything on the cameras in this room, more specifically for Erika being around the walls? Yujiro asked through his earpiece. Of course, just give me a minute, Aoki said as he checked the feed on the terminal and noticed that it was, for a better term, choppy. Any footage with Erika in that room was overshadowed by her spores fluttering over the camera and blocking its view. Until an earlier time today where it captured feed of Erika sealing off part of the wall using hair sap very carefully. The only clear footage of the room was of today, and Erika was sealing wall with her sap recently. It should be easy to spot, and I'll contact the base to help clear it up, Aoki said, contacting Yujiro. Make sure that you do, and any traces of Erika so far? Yujiro said as he found the spot and what looked to be fresh sap holding it together. It was going to be difficult to clear away, but maybe if. Snipe, do you have any incendiary rounds? Yujiro asked through his earpiece. Normally I wouldn't, but considering we are up against a mini Kaijui, I figured they would help. Also, you might want to take a few steps away from your current spot, Snip said, getting the hematologist to back up as a shot rang out through the greenhouse. The bullet hit the sap dead on and ignited the sap, causing a small fire to lit around the wall, and pieces of the wall started to peel off one by one. Curious, never seen Erika's sap act like this before, Yujiro said as the fire died down and revealed a sealed portion of the wall, getting his eyes to widen in horror. Oh hell! Aoki dash. I just saw and discovered one of the vents had been busted up. There is a freaking Kaijui stalker on the loose. Aoki panicked from the control terminal. And on smarter than we should have expected, Yujiro said as he began to call the base. The subject of Erika's intelligence was up for debate, as her erratic behavior whenever Midoriya wasn't around and occasional bouts of animalistic behavior. But this only solidified just how intelligent she was. For carved into the wall and preserved by a layer of sap was something written in perfect kanji, with possibly even more judging by the revealed portion on the wall. What was written though was what worried them the most. It was dated to today and read simply as this: I am tired of the waiting and tests. I want to see Izuku again. Anything that tries to stop me will be destroyed. Izuku POV, 45 minutes later. School had just ended and right now I should have been on my way home by now, except I was being followed by Tsurugi. He did the same thing to me 2 days ago before Karchan called him over, and All Might took me to training right after school yesterday. At first I thought that it was just a coincidence, but this was the 3rd day in a row he had followed me. I had known him for the past 10 years of only from a distance. And in all that time I know that whenever he is around, Karchan or Shiten could only be close by. Surveying my surrounds, I saw an alleyway that was a shortcut home and ran through it, with Tsurugi pursuing close behind. I ran as fast as I could and saw a familiar fork in it and hide behind a dumpster on the right path as Tsurugi ran past it. Alright, he bought it, that path leads to a dead end, it should buy me some time away from him and whoever he is with, and wait at home until All Might would come to pick me up for training. Plus I needed to get out from behind here. This was behind a Chinese restaurant. It smells and I am pretty sure a rat just ran across over my leg. I bolted from behind the dumpster and ran back home without even looking back. When I had just about exited the alleyway, something grey and reflective flew towards me. Thanks to my recent training with All Might, it was easy to dodge. Especially since this was always the opening move of Shiten. So the rumors were true, you have been working out. Or at least learn how to dodge. That won't still help you out, you quirkless loser. Shiten said, a grey blob forming in his hand and rushing towards me. He tried to strike me with the blob in his hand, but I pulled back and reached into my pocket. I honestly should have expected Shiten to have acted like this sooner with Karchan threatening him. But I didn't expect this. Tsurugi now. Shiten called out as he pulled his arm back and my former friend grabbed me by the arm. Before I could move away, 2 grey blobs slammed into us, binding his hand to my arm and his other hand into the wall behind us before they hardened. Shiten, what the hell? Tsurugi shouted as Shiten lobbed a few more blobs at our feet, binding them to the roadway. Sorry about this, Tsurugi, just need to make sure Deku doesn't run away. Shiten said, not looking sorry at all. I am going to free you after I knock some sense with the quirkless loser. Knock it off, Shiten. We both know that you're lying and that you will leave us both here. I said, catching both him and Tsurugi off guard. Before getting the former the laugh. Nice jest, Deku, almost made me think that you gained some guts. Shiten said as he generated a grey blob in his hand. It has been a long while since I showed you your true place, Deku. And if you did so, Bakugo will spill everything he knew. I thought you were going to talk down to Deku, not lay your hands on him. Tsurugi said, getting Shiten to shake his hand with a smirk. Really now? Well, you will just have to wait here because I am going to get Karchan here to see you and Deku and give him a warning. Try to take me down and I will carry him down with me. Add in the fact he will cut you loose when he finds you like this. Add in a slightly battered Deku and I call that a good day. Shiten said with a sadistic grin. Normally I would have to think twice against Shiten. Even now I was a little frightened. Shiten was always been like this and had only gotten worse since his suspension. His idea of slightly battered was to coat his hands with a thin layer of his quirk mercury and hitting his victims once or twice. I've only experienced it once and believe me, it hurts. Considering his quirk allows him to create a liquid-like metallic substance from his calorie reserves and how hardened it is by the amount of iron in diet, it hurts a lot. But this time I wasn't a first year scared of the possibility that he would become a second Karchan. I knew his weakness, and the reason why he did not mess with Karchan. Shiten coated his hand in the metallic blob and rushed towards me. Only to recoil his hand in pain as I lit the pocket light I had in my free hand. While Shiten's quirk was excellent for capture, it had a glaring weakness to heat. Even a small flame was capable of burning away his metallic construct quickly. More than once Karchan had to put it mildly, make sure Shiten didn't get too full of himself with his explosions. You are not going to do anything to us, Shiten, I came prepared. I said to Shiten, before he formed a metallic blob and used it as a whip to steal the lighter from my hand. And I was counting on it. Of course you had this, you quirkless stalker. Should I be honored or disgusted that you probably have pages about me. I in your journal? Maybe both. Shiten said before he flung the metallic blob with the lighter in it onto a nearby wall. While he did that, I leaned over to Tsurugi and reached for another lighter in my uniform's pocket. I had made sure to carry 2 or 3 lighters on me since I overheard their conversation the other day. Hoped that I was being paranoid, but they proved useful. What are you doing? Tsurugi asked as I ignored the lighter and freed his hand. Getting you out of here, I said before handing him the lighter to his surprise. Shiten is after me, not you. Not true, Midoriya, and a foolish choice to hand him your only means to escape. That coward is just going to run as soon as he my eyes. Shiten shouted out in pain while clutching his eyes. You talk too much, Tsurugi said as he retracted 2 of his fingers and ignited the lighter and quickly freed his other arm and then my feet. Now we're even, let's get out of here. Good idea, I said, knowing that if I could get home and possibly get Tsurugi with me, it will be all over for Shiten. Considering I have been on the receiving end of his threats for years, I know Karchan will follow through with them. You are not going anywhere, Shiten shouted and swung his arm while creating a metallic whip. Mid-swing it split apart into several blobs that spread out in random, with me and Tsurugi dodging all of them as best we could. All Might's training to dodge was finally paying off. Both me and Tsurugi continued to dodge this same tactic before a metallic blob slammed into my former friend's hand. Damn it! Tsurugi shouted as he tried to stretch his fingers out to attack Shiten, but another blob collided with his hand and body and slammed into the nearby wall. "That's it, time to teach both of you losers your true place," Shiten shouted and looking quite a bit exhausted, coating both of his hand in metallic slime before hardening it around his fists while adding a set of metallic spikes to them on the knuckles. Has he gone insane? I didn't have time to continue my train of thought as he rushed forward and I barely got my head out of the way. His fist, which embedded itself a few centimeters into the wall. He was trying to kill me. "Stand still, you quirkless loser, and accept what you deserve," Shiten said as he removed his from the wall and rushed towards me. "Why would I do that? You're trying to kill me," I shouted as I barely dodged one of his fists. "At least not on purpose. All I am trying to do is cripple you and reduce you to your true place. In the dirt at my feet like the quirkless loser you are, Deku," Shiten said sadistically as he took another swing and barely getting me to dodge. "That was worse. If I get hit even once it will all be over." So I just continued with All Might's training and continued to dodge. After a few near misses I started to notice a pattern with his strikes. Each time he tried to hit me, he couldn't quite hit me. He was slower than I was, but he made up for it with reach and power. An easy enough pattern to dodge, and with Shiten getting angrier and angrier with each strike missing he only got sloppier. "Stand still, Deku, you are only making it hard on yourself," Shiten shouted out before he noticed something behind me and grinned. He tried to deliver a sloppy haymaker to my head and getting me to dodge, only for him to rush past me and towards Tsurugi. "Leave him alone," I shouted before running after him. It only took me a second to catch up to him. "Too late, Deku, I'm taking you both down," Shiten said as he turned and tried to hit me in the gut. Noticing his stance I tripped him and caused Shiten to fall backwards. Mid-fall he hooked his leg with mine and sent us both sprawling to the ground. He was the first to recover and tried punch in the stomach, giving me barely enough time to roll away from his ironclad fist. That was too close. I needed to get an opportunity to get free from him or else I was finished. Shiten placed his knee onto my stomach and pulled back his left arm to attract. "Just give up already," Shiten roared out as he tried to hit me. If there was ever a time to react, now would be the time. Without even a second thought I pushed myself off the ground and kicked his free leg out from under him. Shiten was sent falling down into the ground, but not before trying to hit me once again. But not this time. Grabbed his left forearm with both my arms and pushed it back, causing his metallic-clad fist to slam into face. Shiten screamed out in pain as he melted the metal over his left and unclutched his bleeding face. I really hope that I didn't hurt him too badly. Still, I can't believe that I just did that. I mumbled out in disbelief before pulling out my last remaining lighter and ran over to the equally as stunned Tsurugi. 8 months ago I couldn't even dream with something like that. All Might's training had paid off, but if my brief scuffle with Shiten showed anything, I still had a long way to go. Despite my training and All Might's beginning to teach me how to fight for the past almost 2 weeks, I barely made it out of fighting Shiten without a scratch, and that was from utilizing the weakness in his fighting style and 2 years of analysis. Even then I knew that he wouldn't be down for long. I needed to free Tsurugi and get us out of here and hopefully home. Once there we need to notify someone of what Shiten has done. He had crossed the line too far, admitting to wishing to cripple me and didn't care if he killed me or Tsurugi. Add into the fact his previous behavior and what Karchan knew about him, it was safe to say he was well on his way to becoming a villain. Shaking off these thoughts I freed the still surprised Tsurugi. It took a few seconds to get the lighter on and I had managed to free Tsurugi from the wall. His expression quickly turned into panic. He pushed me away from him, just in time for Shiten to strike right where we just were. Shiten turned towards me, a piece of metal embedded under his left eye and bleeding quite a bit. Possibly either one of the spike from his metallic fists or a piece he created to slow the bleeding and seal the wound. Either way, add in the pure murderous look in his eye, he was honestly quite terrifying. Along with that, he was defiantly aiming to kill both me and Shiten for real this time. Die Deku! Shiten roared out as he was too close for me to dodge properly. I tried to think of a way out, but he began to generate a metallic blob in order to trap me. There was no way for me to get out of the way without being hit. So I began to brace for the inevitability of the metallic blob to at least hit me, until I saw a light. More accurately, something that should have been impossible at this location. Erika's spores. Why and how was she here? What the hell? Shiten shouted out as the spores wrapped around his arm and formed into vines that pulled him into the center of the alleyway and began to gather together. All of his previous behavior turned into fear as he came face to face with a pissed-off Erika growling at him. I could only hope that Erika had mercy on him as Shiten began to scream out in fear as Erika let out an ear-piercing roar. I moved closer to Erika in the hopes that I could calm her down enough so she didn't rip him apart. Only for Tsurugi's elongated fingers to wrap around my arm and drag me away from her. "Tsurugi, what are you doing?" I asked as he fearfully began to drag me away from Erika. "You were almost killed in this alley, Midoriya. I don't know about you, but I feel like not dying here to some unknown villain or Shiten." Tsurugi screamed as he began to pull me even harder. Considering Erika was here and was possibly about to kill Shiten, I couldn't let that happen, while also being thankful Tsurugi believed that she was a villain and not, well, Erika's former self. That would have set her off even more. However, I was also caught off guard by something he said. "Did you just call me Midoriya and not Deku?" I asked in shock. He never called me anything but Deku since he stopped being my friend a decade ago, along with Karchan. "Talk later, run for our lives now," Tsurugi shouted as he continued to drag me along, turning pale white when he caught Erika's attention. She looked between the two of us and Shiten wrapped up in her vines before letting off a soft growl and tossing Shiten to the ground. She turned towards us and let out another roar before slamming one of her vines into Shiten's face, causing him to collapse onto the ground and spasm as he coughed up blood and spat out quite a few teeth. The good news was that I believe Erika was done with Shiten for now and he was alive. Though I doubt that he was going to be alright for quite a while after that. The bad news was that Erika let loose one more roar before she began to break up into spores and float towards us. "You have got to be shitting me, Midoriya, we have to get out of here now," Tsurugi said as he began to run with myself following suite. I had an idea on how to separate Erika from Tsurugi and save him from her wrath and possibly share Shiten's current fate. Along with the possibility to buy time so I could contact Monarch on where Erika is. "Tsurugi, when we get to the fork in the alleyway, I'll lure the villain away, you go get help," I said, getting him to stare at me in shock. "Are you crazy? We are dealing with a villain with not only a horrendous mutation quirk but the ability to break themselves into some kind of light. You alone barely managed to get hit by Shiten, so what are the odds of you winning against that?" he shouted, pointing at the cloud of Erika's spores. "None at all, but if I distract the villain for a minute you should be able to escape to go get help. With its speed we will be caught in no time. It will be better if the villain had one target to capture instead of two," I said seriously, getting Tsurugi to look at me in surprise, before looking back at the rapidly approaching form of Erika's spores. "Don't need to tell me twice. After I make sure the police are on the way, that will come back for you. Just make sure to get of this alive," Tsurugi said, getting me to nod as we reached the fork. I took off towards the dead end and Erika's spores soon followed. Not even a minute later I reached the dead end and Erika wrapped me up in her vines as she reformed and began nuzzling herself against me. With how tight her vines were I could barely move, and if I moved even the slightest bit they only tightened around me. Looks like I was going to be stuck here for a bit. Outside the alleyway, same time, third POV. "Are you sure this is place?" Gordon said as he and All Might in his normal form stepped out of the latter's truck. For nearly the past hour Monarch had been combing the city for Erika with no sign or trace of her except for the radioactive signature from her spores with spectrometers that Aoki had quickly whipped up keyed to it. Yet they could barely tell where she was as they registered her signal all spread out throughout the city and there. It went nowhere until All Might and Gordon were investigating around Isaku's home until they got a positive reading towards this alleyway. Add in that All Might knew that Izuku was hardly late home even after months of training, and there had been no sight of him, meant that Erika probably gotten to him by now. I am sure there is a dead end in this alleyway and not that far from young Midoriya's apartment. Add into the readings of this spectrometer and she is here. All Might said, dreading what to expect to find with considering what they found on the greenhouse wall and were still working on uncovering. Most likely, and that kid is possibly a good sign as well. Gordon said as a fearful-looking Tsurugi emerged from the alleyway and began to look around. I'll find out what happened from him. You go grab the string bean. Just go easy on the kid. All Might before turning into his muscular form and disappeared in a burst of speed, startling Tsurugi. I make no promises, Gordon said before walking up to the startled student. What the hell was that? Tsurugi shouted before cowering at the sight of Gordon approaching him. My partner, Gordon said before pulling out a badge, getting Tsurugi to freeze up. Agent Gordon, Interpol. I take it from your expression that you just ran into an ugly-ass villain, multiple tendrils, and can separate into multiple spheres of light? Gordon described, getting Tsurugi to nod shakily. Good, this individual is extremely dangerous and you are lucky to have escaped with your life. Now tell me everything that happened here and do not leave a single detail. A pale Tsurugi could only nod as wondered what the hell he had just gotten into and spilled out everything to him. Present day. Erika had kept nuzzling in me in that alleyway until All Might had found me. After that it took them an hour for them to get Erika ready enough to transport her back into UA with plenty of coaxing from myself in order to do so. To learn what they had discovered on that portion of the wall had honestly worried me. Considering what she did to Shiten and possibly also Tsurugi, she could very well keep her promise on the issue. But besides Erika there were a few other major issues. For one, Mom was extremely worried when she found out. After all, I was ambushed by one of my fellow students and was nearly set upon by a villain wanted and apprehended by Interpol agents. Something I later learned was a common tactic by Monarch in order to keep its existence a secret, but often caused headaches and unnecessary paperwork for both agencies. Still, with how worried she had been, training was cancelled for that day, and for a while afterwards it was agreed upon that I would be picked up from school for a while afterwards in order to her fears. Something All Might agreed with. With All Might he thought I had gotten a decent handle on the situation with Shiten and Tsurugi once he learned about it. He said there were a few areas that I could have improved upon, but this was technically my first encounter with a villain and that I would use what I had learned from here and the improvements that he would be making to my training in order to grow from this experience. Something that would greatly help me out later down the line. As for Shiten, he was gone. By the time anyone got to inspect the back entrance he was gone. There were splatters of blood, most likely from him coughing them up. They lead out into the roadway before they disappeared, presumably someone picking him up. The fact that he actually had the energy to even move after what Erika did to him, and only increased my worries that he would come back after me again once he recovered. Especially with the aftermath his actions caused the next day. But they paled in comparison to the ones caused by Erika escaping and the full depths of what remained on the walls. The sap of some parts had hardened enough that it took 2 whole days to uncover everything that she was hiding. And when they uncovered the final secret hidden within those walls it was too late. Chapter 6 End. Hey guys, Mukuro 7 and welcome back to a new chapter of The Hero and the Kaijui. It has been a long time, so I figured that I would post the first third of the chapter 1 had promised long ago as its own separate one that could use a change of name if anyone has any suggestions. Now, as you can see here, things are starting to take a turn for the worst, with Erika escaping and Izuku only managing to get so far against Shiten with his knowledge, analysis ability, and his training. But who's to say the next time things will go for the worst? Thank you for watching. The next part out soon and the story is linked below, and goodbye guys. Well-being, considering that I had nearly been in the crosshairs of a villain that as far as they knew was extremely dangerous, and Shiten with some even congratulating me for standing up against him. Honestly, it was nerve-wracking and I had no real idea how to deal with this. I had never had my classmates actively concerned for me or had given me so much praise before all at once. Even after the slime villain incident 8 months ago, I was barely a footnote while everyone praised Karchin. So for everyone to do a complete 180 of that for me and what I hear Tsurugi, I didn't know how to react to it that well. Besides, I had something else that I had on my mind today. What was going to happen to Erika? She had escaped yesterday just to see me, and what I have been told yesterday about what they had found written on the wall was honestly a bit frightening. Seeing what she was capable of just to get to me scared me a little, but I suppose that I always knew about it somewhat. We all did, but I never expected that she would go to such lengths. Or rather, I did know and didn't want to believe it. Now I have no clue on Monarch is going to do Erika now. What I do know is that based on how invested they are with going so far to set up a base on UA and working on a cure for Erika, that they were not going to up and leave. They will have to up their security, that is inevitable, but how well it will last against Erika, who escaped through all of their countermeasures and stayed on the loose for nearly an hour, will remain to be seen. Yet what remains to be seen is how I play into all of this. With all the forces of Monarch stationed there, whoever they bring in to back them up after this incident, and the staff of UA were more than enough to handle Erika if she turns violent. Factor in all available pro-heroes in Musutafu and there was practically an army that could match her in power perhaps. Unless she returns to her full size, an unlikely event as she wishes to restore her humanity. Still, if that ever were to happen, I was pretty sure it would take every available pro-hero in Eastern Honch to pacify her then, and it wouldn't end well. As for myself, I'm just a quirkless junior high school student. Practically no one in the grand scheme of things when it comes to the likes of Monarch at the moment. Then again, I was being trained by All Might to be a hero and inherit his quirk and my connection to Erika. Okay, maybe somewhat important considering all of that, but truly I wonder what they were going to do with me and Erika. And what about Shiten? He wasn't here and you haven't mentioned anything about the police having him in custody. Considering the potential damage from the villain he was, Shiten should at least be in the hospital by now. I said, hoping to be right. Only for them to be dashed when Tsurugi shook his head. Heard he was admitted to one yesterday but escaped last night. Police haven't found him yet, but considering that he had about 5 teeth knocked out and 2 cracked ribs, he shouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. Still, would be for the best if either one of us kept our eyes out for him until he is caught. Tsurugi said, a little nervous at the end. Not that I could blame him, I felt the same way right after hearing Shiten had gone missing. Even now I'm a little nervous to know that Shiten was out there. However, given his condition and the fact I would be taken directly from school to training or home for a while. Still, I could hope that he was alright. Despite what he tried to do, it sounds like Erika's light treatment of him left Shiten pretty banged up. Not that he deserved it, but if that was what Erika's light treatment, I hope never to find out what she does when she is fully pissed off. The sound of a car horn rang out not far from us, getting Tsurugi to sigh. Well, that's my ride, not letting that shithead get the jump on me. I suggest you do the same, Midoriya. Tsurugi said before he walks past me. He took a few steps out of the gate, before stopping and turning to me. Looking somewhat awkward. Never got the chance to say it, but thanks saving my hide for yesterday. With that, Tsurugi turned and walked away, getting myself to smile awkwardly. It felt kind of weird. My former friend thanking me, after over a decade of giving me the same treatment as Karchin had been in the past. Except not being nearly as physical or berating. Still, at least I managed to at least make sure Tsurugi was saved from Shiten and Erika's wrath. Even saving the former from being injured even further by the later, with hopefully no permanent marks besides some missing teeth. Admitting not the best of results, but at least I managed to save someone, and that was all that mattered. I was broken from my musings when I saw All Might pull up in his truck and walked over to it. Young Midoriya, how was your day at school? All Might asked as I got into the truck and we started to drive off. A little strange considering what happened yesterday, but all right. Yet what truly happened to Shiten? The school is keeping quiet about it, and what I do know, he is still out there for what he did, and over 234,687 yen and 1 sen in theft. I said, getting All Might to sigh. Truthfully, it was over 202,603 yen and 18 sen with the prices not being marked up. But yes, Shiten escaped, and his aunt was responsible for his escape. She is currently under arrest for that, covering his tracks, and embezzling funds from the Ministry of Education. Shiten will have to face a few years in a juvenile training school. All Might said, surprising me. Seems like Monarch really got to bottom of things faster than I could have anticipated. Then again, compared to what Monarch must usually deal with, a corrupt ministry employee and her delinquent of a nephew were small fries to them. Even despite the crimes, I hope that Shiten can make a turn for the better after his sentence. He is still young, and there is a chance for him not to turn down the path of villainy. Perhaps I am being hopeful, but I have seen plenty of teens like him in my time as a hero go down the path of a better life or the path of villainy. All Might said, getting me to nod. All if Karchen was finally starting to change, if even by a minute difference, then it is possible. Though personally I would like to keep away from Shiten after yesterday, and hope that once the police or a pro-hero finds him that he could make a change. I hope so too, but I am more worried about Erika after what happened yesterday. I said honestly, getting All Might to sigh. She's currently in a containment shelter that was built specifically to keep a repeat of what happened yesterday from happening. Erika has already tried multiple times to escape again, so Serizawa and Nezu had thought it best that the two of you are separated at least for today. Tomorrow things will resume from before the incident yesterday, except under more supervision. All Might said, getting me to nod. That was honestly better than I expected, almost too much. Considering that Erika had just caused the first Kaijui attack on Japanese soil in almost 250 years, I would have thought that besides what All Might said there should have been more added on. There has to be more conditions than that? I asked, getting All Might to shake his head. Not really, other than Erika is going to be under even closer surveillance when you are not around her, and Serizawa is bringing over more agents for that purpose and better security. Erika is going to be put under manual watch at all times until we figure out how to keep her spores from messing with electronics. Beyond that, nothing else, except that she is being kept out of her greenhouse until we could find out what has she been hiding underneath the walls. Add on to that the first batch of her cure up to where Dr. Shiragami had left off at should be synthesized by tomorrow or the next day. All Might said, shocking me. You mean it? I asked, growing excited as he shook his head. This was the first major step to curing Erika. After nearly 2 weeks and 280 some years, this will be the first real chance of becoming human again. Well, as human as she could be anyway. I mean it, young Midoriya, they are going to test the reaction as soon as it is done and improve upon it. With the cure nearly being complete, it should hopefully not be long before Erika can be restored. All Might said with a smile, getting me to do one in turn. We are so close now, it was only a matter of time now to restore Erika back into a human form. Still, it was just beginning, and if the past 2 weeks have been of any indication, it was possibly going to be an arduous task. Especially after yesterday. But I already knew that, like when I began my training to become a hero. Yet I promised Erika that I would help her and have committed to it, just as much as I have with me training at this point. So until I can keep my promise to her, I will give it my all, just as much as my will to become a hero. And nothing will stop me. The truck came to a sudden stop and broke me from my thoughts. Sorry about that, young Midoriya, just wait in the truck for a few minutes, then we will be on our way. All Might said in his heroic form as he stepped out of the truck. Approaching a pair of carjackers not that far down the road, too busy with their crime to notice All Might. I guess I asked for that. Nothing might be able to stop me, but I suppose there will always be twists, turns, and various roadblocks along that path to become a hero. Third POV, 2.5 hours later, Erika containment cell. With 10 meters of where Monarch had set up their temporary base now sat a small 3-story building, lacking doors or windows on the first 2 floors and only on the 3rd floor. For inside, most of the building was hollowed out and was designed to contain Erika. The walls reinforced to withstand her strength and thorns. The air vents designed to blow back her spores if she tried to escape through them and to flood the room with enough sleeping gas to knock out a whale if she actively tried to escape, and the top floor was an observational platform with multiple agents staring down and ready to combat Erika if the need arrives. Add in that snipe, ectoplasm, and Cementos keeping an eye on her from the balcony. They were especially prepared in case she tried to escape again. Except right now, there was no need for that. Erika was looking, for the lack of a better term, discontent for the last 50 minutes. All day before, she either tried to bash at the walls, scratch at them with her thorns, break down into spores trying to escape, bouts of animalistic rage, or just simply growling at any agent she saw. Now though, she seems to have calmed down somewhat. All because Midoriya is on the premises, Graham said as she observed Erika through the control room set up in this facility. She had Director Serizawa had arrived as soon as Erika was back at UA after they received word of Erika's escape and the second Kaijui attack since her arrival back to Earth. Considering her dependence or obsession of him, it was a guarantee that there would be such a reaction when Midoriya arrived in campus, given some of the writings in the greenhouse. Serizawa said with a sigh, shaking his head while remembering everything written on the walls. Over 2/3 of the room had been uncovered, the rest of it having the thickest concentrations of her sap, especially one spot in particular. Progress on removing that one was slow going. Whatever was hidden there, Erika didn't want anyone to find. As for the various writings they could find, about half of them seemed to devolve into various scratches before resuming. What they could decipher clearly was more mentions Midoriya and their promise, some of her thoughts of those around her, at least one mention of wishing to eat Nezu, a few writings expressing how she was feeling or just boredom, a vast majority that were cursing her current status and towards her father for bringing her back to life, and finally there was the most surprising of all. Calculations and possible solutions to improve upon her cure, after possibly getting only a few glimpses of this. They didn't know how valid they could stand up compared to genetics today, but it could possibly work after seeing how the original cure would work. I suppose it was bound to happen given how close she is to Midoriya. He has possibly given her hope for the first time since her original death. Even I have a hard time properly comprehending the full scope of her pain. Factor in her erratic behavior and these bouts of animalistic rage, it is difficult to imagine what her mind will be like when restored to a human form. Principal Nezu said with a sigh, doing some paperwork on a nearby table along with Agent Gordon, the man letting out a grunt as he did so. The later for the events of yesterday and the investigation on Shiten. The former on Aldera Junior High on Shiten as well, and of their second applicant to UA Katsuki Bakugu. There was a disruption between the references by several of the teachers and the principal and the behavior noted with a recorded incident of him and Shiten against Midoriya over a year ago reported to the ministry and hidden by Shiten's aunt. Something note found in the school's records. Now Nezu had been principal long enough to know when a school was trying to keep things hidden in order to enroll students into UA. And he took great pleasure in showing them the error of their ways. But that would have to wait for now. The situation with Erika's current status took precedence. Agreed, and given her current mental state and centuries of experiences unknown to humanity, there is no telling what she will be like when returned to a human state. Serizawa said while shaking his head. Tell me if I remember correctly, don't you have someone on campus to help with this issue? If you mean Rio, then yes we do. In fact, he would be the perfect person to help Erika with that issue given the nature of his quirk and profession. I have been working on getting him close to Erika without his instincts threatening to take over, just like me fear that she will eat me. Nezu said while shuddering before picking back up. Once we get to that point and restoring Erika to a human form, we can begin the road to recovery for her. As far as we can take for her, given I am pretty sure they never educate you on how to deal with someone who has died and been resurrected as a plant and then a Kaijui. At that everyone nodded around him, while Erika let out a rage-filled roar at that. They certainly don't teach you how to deal with that at all. We are the first ones ever to do so and possibly the last. Still, at least now we have a better idea with how to progress forward with Erika. Graham said, looking a little relieved. True, but we still have a long way to go before it can become a reality. Serizawa said, getting her to nod as they looked at Erika as she let out a sorrowful roar and began to trace her vines in the dirt out of boredom. Nezu shook his head at that and figured that it would be for the best to at least get them to allow Midoriya a little time with Erika before leaving. After he figured out where Midnight was, she was supposed to have swapped places with Cementos in keeping an eye on Erika about 5 minutes ago. Izuku POV. You are doing great, young Midoriya, just one more time and then you can take a break. All Might called out as I ducked under the punch of the one-pointer robot. Ever since we got to UA, All Might had me fight against the one-pointer that Aoki had modified nearly 2 weeks ago. The same one Erika trashed during her rampage, which he thankfully made so that they would be unable to reset from a rock getting lodged into the switch. The other one having been shut down already. After over an hour and a half of cleaning up Dagobah Beach, upon arriving at UA, All Might had brought the 2 one-pointers online and explained what the training was for today. Basically just to defeat them both twice through any means necessary in order to hit their switch. Simple combat training, with All Might occasionally correcting my form. After a while I had beaten them both once and right now I only had one left standing against me. It wasn't that easy as fighting the one-pointers have gotten progressing harder each session, bit by bit. Their movements became faster and it became harder to get a clean hit on their switch. I believe Aoki was modifying them after each day of training. Still, it made things perfect for my combat training. Considering what happened yesterday and that I have only been training for 2 weeks, I still had quite a ways to go and improve. It barely leaned away from the one-pointer's metallic fist and another one before throwing a punch that it blocked with its arm with a loud clang. I held back from crying out in pain as it took a wild swing which I ducked under. It tried again, but I barely managed to slip to the side and tried to throw a high kick towards the switch, but the one-pointer wheeled back at the last second. The one-pointer rushed forward and I barely dodged a hit that I was sure would have knocked the air out of me given the momentum it was traveling at. As it made an attempt to break, I saw my chance and ran towards it. I threw a punch that would have shut it down, but it battered my arm away, causing me to wince, but also gave me the opportunity to strike it in the chest. The visitor flashed green before the one-pointer shut down and fell forwards onto the ground. With that I let out a sigh of relief and wiping some sweat off my brow. That was a good workout. You did a good job, young Midoriya, you have come quite a ways in your training. But for now take a 15-minute break. After that be prepared to face another 2 rounds before heading back to Dagobah Beach to finish up your training for today. All Might said as he handed me a water bottle which I quickly began to drink out of. Normally I would have been happy to have gotten such praise at All Might, and silently groan at the prospect of facing the one-pointers again. However, I felt like I was missing something. Then again, I suppose by now Erika would have tried something usual, wrapping her vines and nuzzling herself against me. I guess I have gotten used to her presence after all of this time. So much so that I can imagine 2 of her vines snaking around my chest and stomach. Wait a minute. Looking down I saw that they were in actuality a pair of arms, with handcuffs around the wrists. Oh no. There was only one hero that I know at UA that had such an accessory on. Their hero outfit. At Midnight? I said nervously, turning me head to see her face. She had a sultry smirk and then there was the look in her eyes. It was not helping my mental state at all. Ara, so this is the boy that can calm down Erika. Yagi, you have been holding out on me, Midnight said as she wrapped her arms around me, getting All Might to grow pale and my face to flush. This is bad, very bad. I have never been the best around woman, minus Erika. And now she was pressing herself against me. Her costume really was skin tight as I could feel her BB boobs pressing against my back. Shit, Kiyoma. How long have you been here? All Might said as he shifted into his muscular form halfway through. About 10 minutes, seeing this boy train against the one-pointers. I have got to say, Yagi, he is the perfect early birthday gift. He is downright adorable, Midnight said before. I let out a loud yelp as she started to feel up my stomach and chest, tracing her fingers over my developing muscles. Help! I said to All Might, afraid what might happen if Midnight continued with this. And an absolutely fine specimen as well. Tell me, where did you find this adorable cinnamon roll? Midnight asked as her grip on my loosened. I tried to escape, but she only doubled down on her grip and sent a small smirk before it turned to shock as All Might ripped me from her arm and tossed me away. "Run, young Midoriya, run for your life. I'll hold her off, just don't look back." All Might called out as I came to a roll and stood back up. "You don't need to tell me twice." With that I took off and I did not look back at all. Modern day. I shuddered at remembering that event with Midnight. Till this day I had no clear idea with what she wanted to do with me, and I would prefer not to find out. I had hidden myself behind a building for about 5 minutes before All Might came back and grabbed me before Midnight could come after me. At least I managed to get to say goodbye to Erika before All Might and Nezu hurriedly me to the truck and towards Dagobah Municipal Park. To truly use it. You laid the groundwork for 8 months, and while now that you have gotten a decent start, now is the time to build up the foundation from which the bean sprout here will develop on his own. Gordon said sternly. He's right. I need to do this. A hero usually finds himself in a life or death situation when dealing with villains. Since the slime villain I have only had one such encounter, and that was with Shiten. I managed to hold my own, but I could have done better. So despite my fears about facing someone like Agent Gordon, I need to push forward. Otherwise how else I will be able to inherit One for All if I gave up now? Erika, you can let go of my now, I said, not feeling her vines slacking at all. Nor was she tightening her grip on me. Instead she was still growling at Agent Gordon, her eyes emotionless and almost vacant. Minus a lot of what I could describe as a predatory anger. A look that I had only seen when she smashed that one pointer weeks ago. Add into the fact I could feel something starting to poke through her vines, it had me concerned. Erika, are you all right? I asked again. She shifted her gaze into me before eyes returned to normal and her growling stopped. With that I saw an emotion in her eyes that I never thought I would see in her eyes. Fear. In a split second her eyes returned to normal as she released me from her vines and began to nuzzle against me, letting out a soft roar. I'm alright, Erika, I need to do this, I said, not letting it known how shook up I was by what I saw. Erika was afraid of something. She has never been afraid of anything during my time with her. If something could scare her, it was something that I didn't want to think about. But I need to do so. If something is frightening her, I needed to find out. Considering her behavior and the brief lapses both now and weeks ago and what she has possibly hidden in the walls of her greenhouse, it is best that it comes to light now. And Gordon seemed to pick up on that as he gave the two of a scrutinizing gaze before giving a gruff nod. So you understand then, Bean Sprout, you have 20 minutes to stretch yourself out and prepare for what is to come. 20 minutes and not a second longer. You don't, I will come after you, Gordon said, getting me to shudder as he turned to walk off, with Aoki and Snipe soon following suite. Gordon beginning to talk them as I faced Erika. Do you mind leaving me with All Might for a minute, Erika? I will spend the rest of the time with you afterwards, I asked, getting her to huff and let out a small groan as she slinked off away a bit. Sorry Erika, I need to talk to All Might real quick. That and I would probably be cut short by your vines once again. Young Midoriya, what's wrong? All Might asked. It's Erika, she's afraid of something and I don't think she seems willing to share what it is if what she had on the walls are of any indication, I said to him, trembling a little bit. There is more. I could feel her vines starting to change and the look in her eyes when she roared at Agent T. Gordon have seen it before. I am afraid something is wrong with her. After I said that, All Might turned pale and looked towards Erika and me. If you are certain of this, why didn't you say so sooner? All Might asked. I didn't think anything of it. The first time was with Erika smashing the one-pointer and we thought she was being protective. Agent Gordon seems to suspect something, but there seems to something else going on with her, I said, worried what might happen with Erika. There were so many possibilities going on, from the most likely scenario of her mind reverting back to a bestial state, or the most unlikely being involved with the crystal she crashed with and similar to her own DNA. Given that there was no one else with a similar DNA structure, there is a wild myriad of possible problems that could be going with Erika, and each and every possibility was just getting me more and more. Breathe, young Midoriya, breathe, All Might said, placing his hands on my shoulders as he cut me off. Quit your mumbling and breathe. I know that you are worried for Erika, and so am I. But worrying about what might go wrong will only make things worse for yourself and the situation as a whole. So just remember to keep breathing until you are ready to continue. So for about a minute that was all I did, just breathe. Thinking of nothing else except just focusing on my breathing. Feeling some of my worries melting away. Feeling better now, young Midoriya? All Might asked, getting me to nod a little shakily. A little, I said honestly. Good, I am going to talk to Gordon, and half the time you would have been training today along with Serizawa. The slightest sign that something is wrong with Erika and we are packing up and taking her to UA. We might not be able to find out what is going on right here, but Serizawa might be able to. And the fist attempt at a cure should be done today. We are going to figure out what is happening to Erika, young Midoriya, just be patient, alright? All Might asked while coughing up some blood, getting me to nod. Alright, I just hope we can get to the bottom of this soon enough, I said, getting All Might to nod as he separated himself from me. Good, I will go talk to Gordon. Just remember what I told you about invoking Murphy and we should be alright. All Might said with his smile as he began to run off. Also don't rough him up too much, Erika. Oh no. I turned around to find my earlier guess was correct and Erika had wrapped me up in her vines and pulled me towards her. Hey Erika, you know I have to head down to face Agent Gordon sooner or later, I said to Erika. She let out a soft growl at that before beginning to nuzzle against me once again. I know that I would rather not have to face Agent Gordon, and I am certain you wouldn't want me to either, I said, getting Erika to roar out in agreement. But I need to do so in order to become a hero. In order to help people like you. Erika let out a soft grumble at that before held me even closer and let out a soft growl. I just sighed at that. Everything will be alright, Erika, just trust me on this, okay? I asked, getting her to let out a reluctant nod and a growl. Thank you, Erika. She just let out a soft roar as she nuzzled up against me even harder and for me to shake my head. Erika, you know if something is wrong, you could always tell me or write to me, right? I asked, getting Erika to briefly pause. She was stilled for a few moments, as if to contemplate a choice before resuming her nuzzling, letting out a soft and getting me to sigh. Erika, just what is it that you are hiding? Third POV, temporary Monarch base, 3 hours later. And there still has been no progress in breaching the last of Erika's secrets. Director Serizawa asked over the phone as he had agents combing through both Erika's greenhouse and her containment cell for any traces, anything that could lead to whatever Erika was hiding. Currently he was in the lab with Graham and Principal Nezu. The only other people in the lab were Dr. Toga and Dr. Mifune, both of them testing the effects of the first batch of the completed cure. Everyone in the room was on edge from what All Might and Agent Gordon had reported 3 hours ago. Serizawa already had a team to breaking down the sap in the greenhouse, which had only turned into more of the same results as before except for the giant patch of sap they still were breaking down. Once the report about something wrong with Erika reached him, he had a team investigate her containment cell. If she went to so much trouble in order to hide so much under the walls of her greenhouse, she might have hidden something in her cell as well. Given the possibility of there being something dire going on, there was no such thing as being too careful right now. Every possible detail needed to be explored right now. No sir, it has been covered and uncovered so many times compared to the others that it made it extremely difficult to get rid of. Though given by the present thickness we should finally be able to break through it any minute now. The agent on the phone explained, getting Serizawa to nod grimly. Notify me the moment you break through it and tell me everything. Serizawa ordered before hanging up his phone and sighing. Graham, please tell me that you have some good news? Not necessarily, Agent Dupre is still on assignment in Jamaica and will not be able to report back here in about 2 days. She sighed out. But we do have news on the path of Erika's reentry. Nezu was right. As I figured, though even I was surprised anything came up from my prediction. Nezu said with his paws crossed. Nezu had long since predicted the trajectory of when Erika crashed, and photos from various satellites pointed a path that she had came back to Earth from within the solar system itself, having bypassed both Mercury and Venus after passing the Sun. Given Erika's biology, it was believed that she might have possibly stopped around Mercury in order to replenish herself from traveling through deep space without being pulled in by the Sun's gravity. Though given the mystery of the crystal, and this recent news gave cause to focus more on the issue, along with a theory that even with his high-specs quirk, Nezu thought it was a bit out there. But now it seems like a possibility. There are reports of two objects of equal size reported in Mercury's orbit, 21 hours and 14 minutes before Erika's return to Earth. 14 minutes before a massive solar flare erupted, and both objects and any chance of any pictures taken reaching Earth. The objects were believed to be asteroids until Erika was discovered. Graham said seriously. So one of the objects were Erika, then the other one was possibly another Kaijui of equal size. Serizawa said grimly, and getting Nezu to nod. One possibly created from Erika herself, one who did not survive the solar flare or might have been the cause of it. Given Erika's aggression around the crystal and the brief flicker of fear Midoriya supposedly saw, if that Kaijui was still alive, it would have made its presence known already. Nezu said grimly. The origins of which are completely unknown, but given what is believed about the crystal, what might be occurring with Erika could be a parasitic reaction to her cells. Serizawa said, the news troubling all three of them. If this was true, then it could change everything with their operations concerning Erika. I take it that you have come to a conclusion concerning the crystal as well. Dr. Mifune's voice called out, getting all three of them to see him and Yujiro approaching them, each carrying two cases. Dr. Toga, Dr. Mifune, does the cure work, and if so, is there any basis with the crystal? Serizawa asked, hoping for a clear answer. Both scientists shared a look before placing the cases on a nearby desk and Mifune going to get a microscope. It is better to see for yourself, Yujiro said, opening three of the cases. One contained a vine, one of a few reluctantly given by Erika. Another contained the crystal. And another contained the phial and multiple syringes filled with a very pale green color, bordering on near white. The cure, Graham said breathlessly as Mifune set up the microscopes next to the cases. More accurately, the Shiragami compound, as we taken to calling it, Mifune said as he opened the final case to reveal several microscope slides containing several blood samples. You all are familiar with Erika's cell by now, but the others, not so much, and we are going to get to it in a minute. First, it is best to show you the first attempt of the Shiragami compound. And under my suggestion, after the second batch is completed, that we terminate the first batch altogether. Yujiro said seriously as he picked up one of the syringes, shocking everyone there besides the Mifune. I knew the first attempt at the cure would be flawed, but to say something like that implicates there is more to it than we expected. Nezu deduced, getting Mifune to nod. Correct, it works. Too well. It is better to show than to describe, TGA, you know what to do, he said, getting the hematologist to nod. Right, now then, through trial and error, the Shiragami enzyme is found to work best when administered through the bloodstream directly. Anywhere else an effect is localized and would soon be undone given her regenerative factor. In the bloodstream it would flow throughout her entire body by her heart, and we should see results in about a few days to weeks afterwards. But with this batch, it is a failure and a success, and you are about to see why, Yujiro said as he injected the Shiragami enzyme into a blood vein. And the area around it began to calcify, and it slowly started to spread before breaking down and corroding. An effect that horrified the three of them, the process reminding all three of them of something long since forbidden. Genshiro Shiragami didn't create a cure, he created a way to create micro-oxygen, Serizawa said, horrified. The creation of micro-oxygen had been forbidden after the age of Kaijui due to extreme dangers of it and the fact it created the Kaijui that ended the era, Destroyher. A living extinction event only surpassed by Ghidorah. Its and Gojira's death ended the era as they were the last Kaijui alive, and no one was willing to create a repeat of that. All traces of micro-oxygen were wiped out, and any way to recreate it was made non-existent. No one was dumb enough to recreate it until now. Similar, but Shiragami made a way for Erika's biology to effectively create a self-contained and sufficient micro-oxygen. A lot less reactive, and the only immediate danger is if you were Erika. Mifune said as both Graham and Serizawa to see the effects it had on Erika's cells and seeing them quickly decaying. And what on humans? Does the Shiragami enzyme have a different effect on human cells? Nezu asked, getting Yujiro to shake his head. Yes and no. Given my position, we had plenty of spare human blood to experiment with. It does have an effect on human blood. Yujiro said as he replaced the slide with another, with human blood injected with the Shiragami enzyme. Instead of breaking down the human cells though. The enzyme itself breaks down. Graham said, shocked, seeing the enzyme dissolving into nothing upon contact with human cells. Correct, but it also completely destroys any foreign object in Erika's body, even if it comes from her very being itself. Mifune said, looking back at the now half-calcified vine. And a small crystal, about the size of a child's thumb, emerged from her flesh before instantly crumbling away to duat, stunning them once again. So I was right, the crystal, it never came from another Kaiju at all. It came from Erika herself. Nezu said, getting Yujiro to shake his head. Not quite, take a look at this slide right here. He said, switching the slides out once again. Serizawa took on look and noticed it was more blood cells, very old yet still preserved. They were not Erika's cells, in fact he would have said they more closely related to Gojira's cells minus the crystal growths on the cell membrane and a similar structure to Erika's cells. Yujiro quickly took it away and subsidized another slide to reveal one of Erika's cells, only it seemed more fluid for a better term. They were almost a complete match. The samples are from the blood on the crystal and what little samples we could manage to procure from one of Erika's spores. The only result we can come up with the crystal was a last attempt at Erika. Tell me, weren't there any major events within 24 hours of Erika's arrival? Mifune asked. There was a solar flare, it might have exterminated this second Kaiju. But given the results, it made one last attempt at Erika. Serizawa said. In theory anyway, given their similar properties and Erika's nature after being injected with Gojira's cells, it is safe to say that this new Kaiju was a result of Erika suffering an extreme amount of damage similar to her first defeat by Gojira. Turning her into the form she is in today after the radiation of the atomic breath caused another mutation. Erika must have suffered severe enough damage as from what you picked up director a place of high and extremely dense cosmic radiation. Enough that she herself healed up, but enough of her DNA left behind and suffering a possible 1 in a million chance. Yujiro said. Causing the Gojira cells to effectively almost take over completely and form another Kaiju using that and traces of her form as a template. Given her ability to split into spores, this Kaiju had a similar ability. Yet given the state of the cells it probably as a effective last-ditch attempt. They are and were effectively dead by the time of the solar flare. Mifune explained. And given their similar DNA, it might have used that ability to take control of Erika if the solar flare didn't burn up these spores. Graham said, getting both doctors to nod. Except one did manage to land on Erika, and now it is affecting her. Serizawa stated. Like a reverse of the parasite Trypanosoma brucei, except for rearranging its own DNA, it is rearranging its host's inidir to create a new body for itself. Cleaving the strands of her DNA until it is the only this left. Nezu said grimly. Are you certain the Serizawa enzyme completely destroys the crystals? Completely. Yujiro says as he removed half of the original crystal that had been cut in half and applied another syringe of the enzyme to the one in the case. As soon as it made contact with it, the crystal immediately started to break down, much faster than Erika's vine had been. If you look under the microscope you will see that the energy being created from the process creating the micro-oxygen as the enzyme was created to break down the plant and Gojira's aspects of Erika's cells. Given the crystals are based on Gojira cells they break down rapidly on a molecular level. Mifune said, as Serizawa looked into the microscope. True to word, it was a sample of the crystal rapidly breaking down and with no trace of stopping anytime soon. Soon it became too small to properly view on the microscope's current setting. And this is only Serizawa's work without the final ingredient, quite frightening to think about it. Nezu said with a shudder. Correct, though in terms of completion, I would say he never actually completed it. He identified the final needed component, a bounding agent to bind the enzyme without breaking down Erika's cells. He perished before actually making it safe enough to test on her daughter. With this batch it is 100% fatal to Erika and would kill her slowly within days, her regeneration pushing it back and only causing a slow and painful death. Mifune said sadly, looking over at the vine that was now completely calcified with a few crumpled crystals sticking out. Of course, given Erika's suggestions and our modern methods we could close the gap, but this is the work of the greatest geneticist in human history. I am not all that confident we could. At least not before whatever is inside Erika can fully take over. Me and Mifune have compared cells from 2 weeks ago and yesterday. Comparing the results it has already starting and considering it already started when she was Kaijui sized, pulling any of her other spores from orbit could cause more damage and hasten the progress. Albeit a slim chance, but not one anyone would be willing the risk. The best option would either to bring her back and study her some more in order to find a true cure, or finally do what should have centuries ago and give her a peaceful end. Yujiro sighed out, getting both Serizawa and Nezu to be silent for a moment. Either continue to work on curing Erika and putting her and everyone else at risk with something slowly taking over her body. Or finally putting her to rest. It was a tough choice to make. We need more information first before we can come to a decision on this matter. Nezu deduced, getting Serizawa to nod before turning to Graham. Contact Agent Gordon, and if you are somehow unable to contact him, contact All Might. We need to bring Erika back immediately. Director Serizawa said, getting her to nod as she pulled out her phone. And tell Toshinori to tell Midoriya everything and to leave nothing out. Nezu said seriously. Are you sure about that? Graham asked, getting the principal of UA to nod. Midoriya deserves to know, he is the most emotionally invested of us all in when it comes to Erika. He said, getting Graham to nod as she started making the call. TGA, Mifune, how soon can we expect an updated batch of the Shiragami enzyme? Serizawa asked, getting the two to look between each other before speaking. With Erika's notes, we should be able to synthesize a new batch within a few hours. But for more modern methods, we are going to have to need constant fresh samples from Erika and some new ingredients. It could take us a few days to synthesize the third batch. Mifune explained. That is without factoring in check-up on Erika's condition and monitoring this parasite. So I take it that you already have made your choice then? Yujiro asked. The director of Monarch just shook his head at that. No, we need to gather more information before we can plan accordingly. Hopefully we will not have to resort to some more desperate measures, and if it comes down to the choice, we let Erika make the decision. She has spent nearly the last 300 years as a monster due to her father's choices. It is only fair for her to a say in her fate. Serizawa said, getting everyone in the room to nod in agreement. And if she doesn't? Nezu asked. Then I pray it doesn't have to come to that. Serizawa sighed out. Not even a moment later his phone rang. Pulling it out he saw it was just text from the agent leading the team uncovering the last secrets of the greenhouse. It read, the last of the sap has been cleared out, and it is better if you had seen this. The first was a torp with a small pile of crystals on it, the sheer amount surprising him. The second was a carving of Erika herself and of another Kaijui. One whose shape was mainly similar with Gojira and seemed to have several features similar to Erika's. Along with a lot of spiteful wording directed towards. The final image was just a message carved into the wall. I am fading, I can feel it. Whatever that abomination did to me, I can feel it within my very cells. It is affecting me slowly, but I know it is only a matter of time. Izuku, he cares so much for me and is always helping me out. Even in ways he doesn't know or if he is nearby. Finding out could possibly break him. I know he wishes to be a hero, but if he can't save me it won't be his fault. Only the abominations. Still I do not know how much longer I can keep it under control. My only hope is the cure. Here's hoping it works. And if it doesn't, I do at least want to find a way to thank Izuku one last time before I pass. You were the first reason I had to live in so many uncountable years. It is nice to meet you, if only we meet before I could encounter and kill that abomination. If it does come down to that, there is one thing he must know. Thank you, Izuku, for giving me hope after so long. I hope you will always cherish our time together. Izuku POV, same time. This was the most brutal thing that I have ever done in my life. All the other times in my training I had thought this, sparring with Gordon had blown them all out of the water. I have been battered so many times by him it was crazy, and he was holding back the entire time. If he wasn't, I am sure that I would have been critically injured by him many times over instead of numerous scrapes. And no matter how much I improved or how hard I hit him, what I did didn't even faze him. Even when I dodged a punch from him that smashed through a car door window, he had several shards of glass stuck in his hand and didn't seem to feel a thing. He did call a break and had it bandaged, but those came off within an hour. A possible pain negation quirk with a heal factor is the most likely the answer, though it didn't help me in the long run considering just about everything in my body hurts right now. Thankfully there had been a lot of breaks over the last 3 hours, with All Might constantly calling them whenever he thought that Gordon would have been going too far. For the past 3 hours he had been doing so for my safety and in order to make sure Erika didn't get too agitated. Aoki spent most of the time repairing Erika's containment cell and working on some kind of device. When I asked him what it was, all he said that it was a prototype to be able to use in case Erika tried anything. Something which I hope that he doesn't need. Snipe mainly kept an eye on Erika, and to everyone's surprise she didn't have much problem with him. She kept growling and glaring at him, but it was much less often compared to how she was to anyone else that wasn't me. Erika herself was okay for the most part, besides growing angry at Gordon whenever I got practically beat up. Other than that she seemed alright for the moment, on the surface at least. Ever since what happened earlier this morning, she has mainly kept her emotions to herself. So it was difficult to tell what she was actively thinking of. Thankfully there hasn't been any signs that something was wrong, but for the past hour she has grown more and more agitated and it has gotten me worried. Remember, keep your eyes on your opponent, Bin Sprout. Gordon called out, breaking me from my thoughts as I nearly gotten knocked onto my back from one of his punches if I hadn't dodged in the last minute. Right, I was practically fighting for my life. I spared a quick glance to see All Might getting a call and Erika growing noticeably agitated, roaring at Gordon. And once again nearly being knocked on my butt. Focus, Izuku, you can worry about her later. There was only 20 minutes left to this madness and All Might call a break after his call. I just had to survive this. Noticing a pile of debris near Gordon, I ran towards it and barely ducked underneath one of his punches before running up the pile. He tried to close the distance, but I jumped off and preformed a kick that struck him directly in the chest. It barely fazed him and I ran away from him. Finally got your form right, Bin Sprout, there was some decent power behind that kick. Let's see if it has transitioned to the rest of your skills. Gordon said, having done so our entire spar. Pointing out what I needed to fix in my form after every time I managed to land a hit. Or he would block and counter one of my own. It was usually the latter. He rushed forward and I barely ducked underneath a hook he threw. I countered by trying to hit his side, but Gordon moved out of the way. I tried to hit him again, but he blocked it with his arm. Gordon went on the counter-attack, with me dodging a punch and an elbow strike from him. Before he threw a punch that I was forced to block and groaned as my arms felt a little numb from the force behind his blow. I was pushed back at least a few centimeters in the sand before Gordon kicked my legs from underneath me. Erika let out a loud roar at that as I landed with on my back, my left arm brushing against a piece of trash half buried in the sand. I got back onto my feet and Gordon went to punch me once again. I grabbed the trash in the sand, a burnt and rusted frying pan. Acting quickly I brought it up to block his punch, his fist causing a clang once it hit and denting the frying pan. Not bad. He complimented before ripping the frying pan from my hand and tossing it into a nearby trash pile. Gordon rushed forward and I barely pulled back from him, landing an uppercut. He then tried to land several more punches, forcing me back towards a pile of debris. Some of my dodging I will admit without shame that I just nearly tripped from half-buried trash. He finally landed a jab at my gut, knocking some of the air out of my lungs and sending me flying into the trash. I barely had any time to collect myself before pulling myself away from Gordon landing another punch. Seeing a chance, I climbed back onto the pile as Gordon pulled himself back. Not wanting to let my chance to get away, I launched myself from the pile and managed to punch Gordon in the face with all my strength. And had to pull away and hold my hand as pain flashed through it. It felt like punching a brick wall. Expecting Gordon to go on the counter-attack, I was surprised when he didn't. Instead, there was a drop of blood leaking from his nose that he quickly wiped away. Did I really just do that? Got to admit, Beansprout, you are doing better than I expected you to do today. I can see why Yagi took you under his wing. Gordon said before he vanished before my eyes. Before I could wonder where he went, he reappeared and I had a fist launched into my gut and was sent flying once again. You still have quite a ways to go, Gordon said as I landed, trying my best to refill my lungs with air. Struggling, I got back up hoping this will be over soon. Gordon rushed over, before Erika's spores got between us. She reformed and let out a loud roar as she wrapped me up in her vines and let loose several wads of sap towards the Monarch agent. With her eyes glazed over once again. This was bad, very bad. Snipe loaded his gun and Aoki hurriedly began finishing up with his device. Gordon looked like he was about to call out orders. All Might appeared in between them and Erika in his buff form. Wait, let's give young Midoriya a chance to calm down, Erika, and we have to bring her back to UA now. All Might said seriously. Are you sure about this, Yagi? Gordon questioned as Erika's grip on me tightened. Her gaze still holding firm, but I noticed something with her left eye. It was turning from her usual golden coloration into a dark reddish orange. Erika, what's happening to you? I asked, snapping her attention to me, her gaze dropping a bit. I already told you could tell me what's wrong. I'm worried about you, Erika. First the aggression, whatever it was in your vines, and now your eye has changed color. I know you are afraid and that you are trying to hide it. But please, Erika, let me know, that way I could help you. Please, Erika. Erika, upon hearing that, fear appeared in her eyes as she let go of me and began to back away from me. With a few crystals beginning to emerge from her vines. What was happening to Erika? Yagi, you better explain to what the hell is going on now. Gordon said to All Might. Graham told me over the phone that Erika was infected by the crystal, which they believe is to be the last remains of a Kaijui originating from her years in space. All Might explained, shocking us all. You have got to be shitting me. Gordon said in disbelief. It does sound rather far-fetched to believe in. Snipe added in. I would have thought so too, but given Erika was starting to spasm and more crystals started to cover her vines. Even Nezu thought it was crazy, and he was the one to suggest the theory when the evidence presented itself. It turned out to be true from what we found, that Erika had been hiding in the walls. But not to this extent. We need to get her out of here now. All Might explained, his tone turning dead serious. Aoki reached for a phone, most likely to contact more agents for backup, but I tuned it all out. I was more concerned with what I heard. So this is what she had been hiding. That she had actually been affected for all this time, and she has done her best to hide it from everyone. I had so many questions that I wanted to ask her, but given the circumstances there was one thing that I needed to know right now. Why did you keep this hidden from all of us? We could have helped you sooner if you only told us, Erika. I asked tersely, only for myself to go pale as Erika started to roar in pain as a crystal began to grow from her head. Erika? I stepped closer in order to check if she was alright, but the look Erika gave me caused me to freeze. It was remorse, pain, and fear. I had never seen such an expression before, but to see it on Erika made my heart retch. She made a sorrowful roar before she something in the sand with one of her vines before she started to spasm once again. Looking down in the sand, ISW that she had hurriedly written into the sand was 2 words, the latter getting my blood to freeze. The first one read simply as "I'm sorry." The second one read as something far more urgent and convoyed what Erika desperately wanted me to do. Run. I wanted to help her, but considering the sickening crack and the end of Erika's warning, it is best to follow suit. No matter how much I wished otherwise. Before I turned to run, I saw what had happened to Erika and immediately began to backpedal. Erika? No, that thing was not Erika. It might have held her body, but one look from its eyes I could tell that it wasn't her. For one, its vines were decorated with small crystals, with one of them completely covered in them. And secondly, on its head stood what best could be described as some kind of trans-orange crystal crest that was heavily fractured. The worst part was its eyes. They were still the same for when her left eye changed color. But instead it was the emotions, and its more bestial roars clearly displayed its feelings for me. Seething hatred and loathing, directly towards me. I have no idea on how I managed to anger a Kaiju to a level beyond how angry I have seen Karchan, but I have no intention of finding out. The Kaiju let out a rage-filled roar before charging after me, its vines dragging it towards me at speeds that I had never seen Erika's before. Its vines lashing out at me, and I soon found it catching up towards me. Until a device was thrown between us and blew up, creating a cloud of smoke. "Stay behind, Bean Sprout, this won't end for you," Gordon said tersely as walked past me. "Gordon's right, this will not end for you, young Midoriya. This situation is one you should not have been a part of. This is beyond anything you could do at the moment. Erika is not the one in control," All Might said grimly. "Aoki, keep Midoriya back. You don't need to tell me twice, come on then," Aoki said as he flew by me and grabbed me. "Wait," I tried to protest, but All Might flashed me a smile. "It's going to be fine, Izuku. Things might look bleak for Erika and yourself, but I swear that make sure everything will turn out all right. Because, I am here," All Might declared as the Kaiju dragged itself out of the smoke cloud and started charging in my direction. Only for it to roar out on pain as both Gordon and All Might rushed forward and punching it right in the flesh like sack for a stomach, getting it to double over. And to tell in pain as a bullet from Snipe struck and cracked its crest. It quickly shook its head before letting out a loud roar and spitting out radioactive sap from its mouth and vines, forcing both Gordon and All Might back as to not be hit by it. It lashed out with its vines in an attempt to bite or impale them. But Gordon and All Might proceeded to rip or smash the vines when they got close. Snipe meanwhile stayed back and began shooting what I guessed were incendiary rounds and blowing chunks on the vines up. They quickly regenerated, but the Kaiju seemed to have learned from its mistake, keeping both All Might and Gordon at a distance and attacking them with vines and sap. This should not have happened. If Erika had known and told us, then no one of those could be happening right now. But there was no way to change what had happened, but hopefully there is a way to get rid of that thing controlling Erika. If not, I'm not sure I want to think of a method or if it could even be feasible. Midoriya, I need you to snap out of it. Now I need you to hold this for a minute while I rewire this thing," Aoki said seriously as he broke me from my thoughts and handed me a glass canister filled with a familiar-looking gas while continuing to work on the device from earlier. "Wait, isn't that gas from Midnight's somnambulist quirk? Don't you use that an anesthesia to get Erika to sleep? I take it that this is part of her containment cell?" I asked, getting the Monarch agent to nod. "Got that right, though it is mainly anesthesia with enough desflurane to suffocate 8 people mixed in to get her to sleep. Luckily I made the distributors in her cell durable, otherwise they would have been scrapped. Took me forever to repair both of them though. There was enough in there to knock her out instantly for about 15 to 20 minutes. But that is for both of them," Aoki said as continued to rewire the gas distributor. "Do you believe one of them should slow what is controlling her now?" I said, getting Aoki to nod. "Correct, though, with the help of the agents we stationed around here. Though I would have to administer it directly through the flesh in order to successfully flood her system. With enough tranks we should have slowed or drugged her enough to get her to the containment cell," Aoki said as he finished rewiring. "I hate this, I honestly hate this. In order to save Erika, we had to basically drug her. But considering that she wasn't herself, and from what I could see, the Kaiju didn't seem to be slowing down all that much. It was missing most of its crystals and it looked like it was tired, all the injuries caused by All Might, Gordon, and Snipe. But its overall ferocity kept it going strong as it continued its onslaught against the heroes and Monarch agent. Even as at least a dozen more agents showed up and had their firearms drawn. To reiterate, I hate all of this, but it seemed like the only way to stop this Kaiju and to save Erika. Is there any way I can help? I asked, hoping that there was at least some way to help out in this madness. Aoki looked at me for a few moments, as if to decide on what to do before sighing. Honestly, I have no idea. The best you can do is if you notice any change in Erika's condition, call it out and help out anyone in trouble while staying back. Everyone would just chew me out if you got hurt, and quite frankly you are not trained for this kind of scenario. Neither am I, unless you had some firearm training? He said, getting me to shake my head. Not at all. I said. Then stay back. We'll handle this and hope that you will not have to become even more involved in this mess. Just stay back, and if you see a chance to help while hanging back, take it. Also, can you hand me the gas back now? Aoki said as I did so with a reluctant nod. He fitted the gas canister into the distributor and began flapping his wings and reading for an earpiece. This is Agent Aoki, all agents are clear to open fire. Stick to tranquilizer rounds unless your life is threatened or you run out. And also make sure not to accidentally hit Agent Gordon again. It will not end well for training tomorrow. Aoki said, before drawing a tranquilizer pistol. Here's hoping we can end this madness soon. With that he took off into the air and flew towards Erika. I could only watch as they started to open fire on the Kaiju, tranquilizer darts starting to stick out of the Kaiju as the agents and Aoki focused on subduing it. Agent Gordon and All Might focused on the brunt of the attacks as offense and defense, while Snipe had been shooting at the crystals and providing cover with his smoke bombs. All in all, a good plan of attack given the current situation. But I still hated it. I felt so helpless. Erika was suffering and there was no way I could help out. So I did something that I never thought I would ever do. I disobeyed him, a little. Aoki did point out to see if I could help anyone out and away from all the fighting. As I ran along the outskirts of the fights, looking for any way I could help. Or at least if there was any hope that Erika fighting back. Sadly I could see none, as the Kaiju, while using its vines to defend itself, lash out at its attackers, or strike at them from beneath the sand, kept on roaring and directly focused its hatred towards me. Seriously, what did I do to anger it? Although its admitted terrifying hatred of me proved to be an advantage as it opened itself to more attacks. Though it only seemed like now the tranquilizer starting to take effect. Upon noticing this, Aoki flew in my direction and tried to create an opening to use the distributor. However, the Kaiju noticed this and launched a large amount of sap spray from its mouth. Only to stop when a smoke grenade landed in between its eyes, causing it to roar in pain as it was blinded. Taking the chance, both All Might and Gordon rushed forwards towards the Kaiju in seeming perfect sync. Doesn't this remind you of anything, Yagi? Gordon said as they both uppercut the stunned Kaiju. If you mean New Amsterdam 20 years ago, then you remember it differently than I do. All Might said as the two of them slammed their fists on top of the Kaiju's head and severally damaging the crest. It tried to let loose another sap spray, but roared in pain as both Gordon and All Might slammed their fists into its gut and caused it to double over. Hold her jaw open and hold your breath, Aoki shouted as he flew between them. You better know what you're doing, Aoki, Gordon called as both him and All Might pried open the Kaiju's jaws. As Aoki shoved the distributor down its throat and activated it, the Kaiju tried to snap its jaws shut. However, an incendiary round from Snipe blew a chunk out of its throat and caused it to roar out in pain as the gas started to pour out of its mouth. Aoki kept flapping his wings in air to keep the gases away. They kept it up for a minute before the Kaiju had enough and slammed its jaws shut. Not before All Might and Gordon grabbed its jaws shut and slammed its head into the beach. As it struggled and All Might began coughing up blood, all the other agents and Aoki kept firing into its back with tranquilizer rounds. They kept this up for a minute before all three of them pulled back. The Kaiju let out a weak roar as the gases and all the tranquilizers began to take effect. It was moving sluggishly right now, but judging by how fast it started to move its vine and launch wads of sap, the Kaiju still had plenty of energy left in it. Snipe prepared another smoke grenade, but found himself out of them and was unable to notice the vine shooting out towards him from underneath the beach. And for the second time in this past year, my body just moved on its own. I ran as fast as I could, and by the time I reached Snipe, a crystal-tipped vine burst from the sand and would have impaled him through the stomach, if I didn't push him out of the way. But not before it managed to tear through my shirt and leaving a shallow gash across my left shoulder. It hurt so much. Young Midoriya! All Might called out, but was soon deafened out as the Kaiju let out a sound that sent a chill down my whole body that wasn't just from the pain. It was laughing, or at least a series of roars trying to mimic a laugh. A dark, almost childish-sounding sadistic laugh. As if it took any kind of sick pleasure in enjoyment in my suffering. But that laughter soon turned into a horrified and rage-filled roar that seemed to startle the Kaiju. A roar that I knew well enough by now. "Erika!" I said weakly as I could hear his roars grow more and more paramount, and the Kaiju seemed to be struggling to stay controlled before, to everyone's shock, the vine began to rip each other apart violently. Erika was tearing out the crystals from its vines, and with each crystal ripped out, the Kaiju's control lessened until it was too weak to resist as Erika ripped out its crest. It let out one final roar before Erika's left eye returned to her golden color and she collapsed back to the ground. I let out a sigh of relief as it was finally over, before wincing in pain. "You're crazy, kid, running up for me like that with a Kaiju attacking and all," Snipe said, hoisting his gun before ripping off part of his cloak. Before I could even wonder why he was doing, Snipe quickly wrapped the cloth around my open gash and with a wince applied pressure to it and tied. I winced at the sensation, but it felt a lot better than before, and thankfully it stopped the bleeding. "Thank you," I said with a wince, getting the Western-themed hero to shake his head. "I should be the one thanking you, kid. If you didn't push me out of the way, we wouldn't be having this conversation. At least for a few days, I've been impaled once in my career, not looking to doing so once again." Snipe sighed out. "Like several years ago, when you used the hero name Positive. You were forced to change your fighting style and take the identity of Snipe after being impaled by a villain. One that missed your heart by a few centimeters," I said, getting the masked hero to look at me before letting out a chuckle. "A hero fanboy, I take it. Not many people remember that anymore. You certainly picked quite the boy, Yagi. He will become quite the spectacular hero someday," Snipe said, getting to beam with pride a little to hear such praise from a hero. "He certainly will, but he still has a lot to learn. Like staying back when I ask him to," All Might said with a sigh as he approached the two of us before smiling. "Though I am proud of what you did. I saw it all. You are coming closer to becoming a hero faster than I expected, though at least I could wish it was under better circumstances." "Agreed," I sighed out. Normally I would be over the moon at having All Might praise me, but now wasn't the mood. Right now I just wanted to know if Erika was alright or not. That and how to explain the gash to Mom. Not even a moment later Erika let out a loud roar before breaking into spores. Both Snipe and every agent around us drew their firearm at the cloud of spores. It turned out it wasn't necessary as Erika reformed right in front of me and collapsed onto the ground. Reaching out a vine towards me, she let loose a series of small roars as she wrapped her vine around me and dragged me towards her. Erika, she was blaming herself for hurting me. It wasn't her fault, directly at least. Though it was her body, she wasn't the one controlling it at the time. There was so much that I wanted to ask her. So many questions I wanted answers to. So many things I wanted to ask her about. But to see her like this, injured, on the verge of crying, and barely conscious due to the stress, gas, and uncountable tranquilizers sticking from her. I knew what I needed to do. "It's all right, Erika, I'm okay," I said, trying to reassure her. I was not. Erika gripping in her vine was only aggravating my shoulder wound even more. But she needed to hear this. "I will be all right, Erika, I'm more worried about you. You need to rest and let Monarch help you, Erika. Just please stop resisting and allow them to help. No more secrets about this. Whatever you wish to tell me, please tell me and I will be ready," I said, laying a hand on her head as she let out a weak roar and started to nod off. I promise that by the next time you see me everything will be alright. Just please, get some rest, Erika. I said with a small smile. The one thing I knew was I was not going to see Erika again for a while. Monarch was going to make sure of that much until they figured out more in depth of what was going on. But I do know is that the moment things are looking better, I would be able to see her. She let out a weak roar at that. I promise. I said with a smile. Erika stared at me for a few moments before letting out a soft growl before she stopped resisting. She collapsed unconscious, looking almost at peace. You did the right thing, young Midoriya. All Might said as he walked up to and placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. It doesn't feel like it. I said a little hoarsely. Sometime it never does, nor is it ever easy. All Might said with a sigh. Please tell me there is some good news on the cure? I asked, hoping that out of this whole mess something good came out of it. However, the look All Might gave me told me it was clearly anything but. The first attempt was a failure. It will kill her slowly and painfully. Along with the Kaijui infecting her. They hope that her additions and more modern methods they could have a better chance at increasing her chance of survival. But without the final ingredient, they are going to allow Erika to choose to either wait until a cure or finally be at peace for good this time. All Might said sadly. I see. I said, trying not to lose it at this point. Should have thought of such a possibility, but given that they were working on the next chances of the cure, it was still hope. But there was one thing that I needed to know. Did they find out why Erika never told anyone? I asked. Getting All Might to go silent for a minute before he spoke up. You were her first hope of anything in her life since her death. She knew that finding out about her infection and that you would blame yourself if you couldn't keep your promise. She was worried that if you couldn't save her, it would break you. All Might said sadly as I started to shake in his grip. It took all of a few seconds before it finally hit me, and I had let out everything I had been holding in since the incident started. So that's why she didn't tell me. Erika was worried what would happen if I found out and there was no chance of a cure happens. The worst part was that she was probably right about how I would react. But it never came about. There was still hope. So it made this whole situation a whole lot worse for me. Modern day. Even 16 days later it still hurts to think about. It all could have been prevented, but that is all in the past now. After letting loose my feelings, All Might and Gordon brought both me and Erika back to UA. Aoki and Snipe stayed behind to deal with the crowd of people wondering what all of the commotion was and picking up each and every crystal left behind. Erika was still unconscious when I last saw her, and they began to figure out the true depths of Erika infection. As for me, they examined me to make sure the crystal had no adverse effects on my body. With Mifune, what is the status of the Shiragami compound and of this Kaijui infecting Erika? Director Serizawa said as he sat in an office table set up along with Graham, Principal Nezu, All Might in his hero form, Agent Aoki, and the two doctors with two briefcases set up. Agent Gordon being absent as he was tasked to pick up Agent Dupré at the airport and giving her a full briefing when the meeting was called. It had been 3 days since Erika's possession and security had improved greatly, though it appeared to have been no need. Erika had been, for the lack of a better term, lethargic since she woke up. Barely responds to anything. Even as some of the scientists actually brave enough to volunteer to pick any small crystals that started to emerge from her body every now and then or to take genetic samples. The only time she actually seemed to briefly return to herself was when she didn't want to be bothered when she would roar or lash out with her vines. Along with one instance when someone suggested a name for the unnamed Kaijui, Space Gojira. A ridiculous name, and judging by the mixture of anger and laughter in Erika's roars after hearing that. No one knew if it was just Erika herself or if the Kaijui had only briefly surfaced for a few moments. The scientific staff stationed at the temporary base had been working around the clock to figuring out how to lower the fatality rate of the Shiragami compound. Which in little over an hour ago, they had. Little over an hour ago the two of us had finally exhausted all modern methods to improving the Shiragami compound. Safe to say Erika had us beat with her calculations, if only by a single %, literally. Yujiro said as he pulled out of one of the briefcases 2 syringes with the Shiragami compound, the second one a darker color than the first and presumably second batches, along with 2 small slabs of Erika's flesh, getting Nezu and All Might to wince. The former looking out a nearby window at Erika with some sympathy before steeling himself. Both batches are equally affected, although the third batch has a faster rate of breaking down Erika's DNA. Mifune said as both he and Yujiro injected the syringes into the flesh, both began to calcify. With the flesh injected by the third batch began to break down and dissolve faster than the second batch. As you can see, the third batch has a much higher rate of decay than the first, however inversely it has a strange effect on the Kaijui's crystals. Yujiro said as he pulled out 2 small crystals from the briefcase. Both scientists pulled out another syringe and injected each crystal with the Shiragami compound. Only for the crystal injected with the second batch to almost immediately be eaten away, shattering and quickly breaking down to the surprise of everyone there. Honestly, given Erika's clear hatred of the Kaiju, this should have been expected, Aoki noted. But this also brings into question if Erika truly knew the full effects the Shiragami compound as well. Graham said. Then I believe we will not be getting any answers from her at the moment. All Might sighed out. True, but she seems to have had enough understanding to modify it that second batch of the Shiragami compound has a predicted chance of fatality at 98.2%. Mifune said. While with modern methods combined, Erika's batch has resulted in a predicted fatality rate of 97.4%. So there is a 2.6% chance if we use the third batch that it could cure Erika, but that is too small of a percentile to tell what could happen. Without the binding agent it would most likely still result in a painful death. Yujiro said, getting Serizawa to sigh out. I see. Are you sure there is no other way to improve the Shiragami compound or any idea what the bonding agent is? He asked, getting the scientists to shake their heads. I'm afraid not. We have exhausted all conventional means of modern science to improve the Shiragami compound. With some time we might be able to improve Erika's chances to survival, but it will be minute. Mifune sighed out. That and Erika is running out of time. She could possibly be gone before we could even find the bonding agent. Yujiro said, opening the second briefcase to reveal several laminated pictures of Erika's cells. He began to pass them out as everyone gained a grim look on their faces at hearing the news, with Nezu and Serizawa immediately looking over the pictures handed out. The pictures were photos of Erika's cells on a daily basis from when she first returned to Earth to now, with certain parts highlighted from the second photo onward, progressively getting larger and larger slowly, until cells dated to Erika's possession showed that it covered a good portion of her cell, before the next photo showed cell returned to normal except some more areas were highlighted and it continued one grow worse. I have been expecting something like this, but the difference between the before and after the Kaijui's emergence is a little jarring. Serizawa noted, the picture going from just a tiny portion of Erika's cells to over a third of it being affected. Especially what we thought, but it would make sense in order to Kaiju to have gained a foothold as it did. The infection rate had been small, but gradually doubling over time from 1.5% in the first week to 3% right before her possession. Post-possession Erika's infection rate had risen to 6.25% pre-sent that day and is now over 7.06% infection rate as of the last test samples. Yujiro said with a shake of his head. Factoring in the corruption of Erika's cells, and if she is no longer possessed again, then by our calculations and the rate of infection Erika could be beyond our help in exactly 8 weeks' time. Mifune said sadly. And leaving only the Kaiju to remain. Nezu said seriously. Judging by my calculations, if it takes her over again, then we would have 27 days, 7 hours, and 2 minutes to find a bonding agent to prevent a worst-case scenario. Give or take 50 seconds. Then we have no time to lose. Dr. Mifune, Dr. TGA, I suggest that you both start working on finding that binding agent immediately. Director Serizawa said as the two began to pack their results away. Believe us, we already had people starting to work on finding the bonding agent before we came here. Yujiro said as he and Mifune packed everything up. Good, Aoki, you are in charge of improving security based on what we saw of the Kaijui's capabilities. I know you already have, just make sure to improve upon what we have as close to perfection as you can get. In case we ever reach a worst-case scenario. Serizawa said seriously. Already won it, Director. Agent Aoki said as he got up and left to do his task. Nezu turned to face All Might as he coughed up blood and turned back to his regular form. Toshinori, do you believe it is time for Midoriya to be brought back? Nezu inquired, getting the man to nod. I do, he has been doing better with coming to terms with what happened. But I am still unsure how young Midoriya would react to meeting Erika face to face. Or how Erika will react to him. All Might sighed out. He had been monitoring him while doing some light training while his shoulder healed. The number one hero was thankful that young Midoriya was not infected with anything, but it would leave a small scar on his shoulder. Something Inko chided him about when covering up Midoriya's injury as a training accident. Which was technically true, the worst in history, but a training accident nonetheless. Anyways, Midoriya had shown to have recovered. But interacting with Erika could end negatively for the both of them, with the possibility of the Kaijui re-emerging once again. Leaving it as a bit of a volatile situation if handled wrongly. Your concerns are valid, but perhaps it is best to reunite the two of them. Erika is become less and less responsive by the day. With her mental health in such a decay, there could be a chance for the Kaijui to take hold. Graham said with a sigh. So it would be paramount to bring Midoriya to meet her, and with all the guards and failsafes, it should be sufficient enough to prevent another incident. Nezu said, getting All Might to sigh as he got up from his chair. Then I will be going him right now. And will be telling him everything going on with Erika. All Might said as he walked to door, a small smile on his face. Young Midoriya was not going to like this news. But All Might was certain that his young protege could handle it after the last attack. Izuku POV, 1 hour later. I could barely handle it when I first got the news. After school, All Might picked me up from school and have me the bad news. There was only 8 weeks left until Monarch believed Erika was beyond the point of a cure. And a little less than for 4 weeks in case she was possessed by the Kaijui again. And from the sounds of it, they expected it to happen again. Just thinking about it causes my shoulder to ache. Mom was not happy by the scar left behind, but at least it was nothing more than a scratch after getting healed by Recovery Girl. But after spending some time thinking about it, I suppose it was like a mark of a hero. Or a villain. Or just someone who has overcome the odds. Most heroes have won, especially All Mights, from whatever villain that I dread to think of that nearly killed him. Considering that the Kaijui's crystal nearly impaled Snipe, or could have impaled me through the shoulder, I suppose it was a small price to pay. And something tells me there will be quite a few more like. Young Midoriya, you're mumbling again. All Might said, temporarily breaking me out of my thoughts. Sorry. I said. I really need to get a handle on that. Anyway, there was at least the good news that there was a slim chance to cure her with the Shiragami compound, but there was a major chance that she could die. Given that she had also been borderline unresponsive ever since the incident, it was honestly quite a shock. Considering how Erika usually acts, hearing this disheartened me. And it was only getting worse. So here I was, at the door for Erika's containment cell, ready to do something I should have done at least a day after the incident. Are you sure you're ready for this? All Might asked, getting me to nod. I am. I said with a firm resolve. Alright, then let's do this and I will be right behind you. All Might said as he opened the first security door to see a pale, unkempt man in worn-out black clothing and a large grey scarf in the room before Erika. Aizawa, what are you doing here? He looked familiar to me, but I couldn't quite place it. Partly due to the inquisitive look he was giving me had me an edge. Nezu ordered me as backup in case Erika tries anything. Aizawa said before facing me. So this is the problem child that you have been training then? He added. Problem child. Now Aizawa All Might tried to say, but Aizawa cut him off. Whatever the reason, I could care less. Aizawa said apathetically. What you cannot deny is the boy is a walking trouble magnet. In just the past 2 weeks he has met the first Kaijui in over 250 years, gained the attention of a global organization and Nemurai, ambushed in an alleyway by a junior high-age criminal, and found himself nearly a victim in the first Kaijui attack in centuries. Considering he is about to enter a room with Erika in her current condition, I believe that qualifies. Hate to say it Midoriya, but I have to agree with Aizawa. It seems you have had quite the string of bad luck lately. All Might said with a sigh. It would seem so, I said, agreeing with him. Aside from that, as I said, you are willing to walk into a dangerous situation. Aizawa said, his tone even as he started to approach the two of us. Erika could possibly get taken over at any time. It is only a matter of time before the Kaijui fully takes her over. Even if the Shiragami compound is finished, there could still be a good chance it will kill the both of them. I gulped upon hearing that as the Aizawa stopped in his tracks, and I finally recognized him by his scarf, or rather his capture tool. Star Aizawa, the hero Erasure Head. He was more intimidating in person, which wasn't helping my nerves with what he was saying. Either way, there is still a good chance Erika will die. Either in agony for a potential cure or the Kaijui taking over. The former option is a mercy and the second option is a potential blight on us all. Aizawa said seriously. Once you leave this room, you better be prepared to own whatever decision you make and the consequences that will follow. I was shaking a little right now, the underground hero's words weighing heavily on my mind. Make one mistake and it would be just like 3 days ago and speeding up the process of Erika's death. And if that does come to fruition, and add in there were still Erika's spores in the atmosphere. I turned pale as I realized if the Kaijui fully took over Erika, it had everything it needed to reconstruct itself on Earth. And if it did so, there was literally no telling what it could do. It was such a freighting possibility, one that might come true if something goes wrong. But I've had 3 days to think about what I was going to do when I saw Erika next. So I was going to do everything I can to make sure that it doesn't happen. I know. I've had plenty of time to think what I was going to do. Even knowing what will happen, I will still do everything I can and beyond to help Erika. If I can't help her when she has put so much faith in me, then how can I become a hero who can save anyone? I said, shakily at first but gaining traction. Letting loose what I truly believed. All Might smiled at my words while Eraserhead remained silent for a few moments before speaking once again. And what if all your effort goes to waste? What will you do if the only is to give her mercy? Aizawa said bluntly. If it comes to it, then I will be there for her. I promised Erika that I would help her. If there is truly nothing we can do, then the very least I can do is be there for when the time comes for her to pass on. I said, trembling before steeling myself. But until then I will do everything I can to save her. Over these 3 days I have considered the possibility of giving Erika the chance to move on. Her first death had resulted in her father bringing her back to life and turning her into a Kaijui. So now there was finally a chance for her to be given her finally rest. While also giving her the chance to being as close to human again as possible. So unless the possibility of the Kaijui taking full control or Erika does wish to move on, I am not giving up on helping her. Aizawa stayed silent for a few moments, before grinning. A sight that unnerved me a little. So it seems like you are ready. Good, because I hate dragging kids into situations they are not prepared for. Aizawa said before he dropped his grin and began to walk behind me. You have already experienced some of the dangers a hero faces daily. But there is one you have not. There are times a hero can't save everyone. Nothing you can to prepare for it, only to prevent it. Even then there is still the chance of failure. Just be ready for it when the time comes. With that he walked past me as I just nodded at his words. It was a risk all heroes had to face, but never shows up in media as often as it should be in my opinion. There have even been lawsuits of heroes fudging such results just for the sake of gaining popularity, even with clear proof. Thankfully a majority of those cases have gotten called out on for such deplorable acts, but sadly there were always cases that fall through the cracks or overturned. So I guess that was Eraserhead's way of just be ready for the reality of Erika's death if it comes down to it. Something that I wasn't all that sure I could handle if it came down for it. The doors to Erika's cell opened and All Might placed a hand on my shoulder. I turned to face him, and despite his smile he looked tired. There wasn't that much crime reported out in the city, so there was still plenty of time for his limit. Was it what Aizawa said? All Might has always saved everyone he could ever since his debut and his time in the States. Maybe it was some time off the books, like with what caused his injury. You can do this, Midoriya, we'll be right behind you. All Might said, breaking me out of my thoughts. I just nodded at that as the door opened and I walked into Erika's cell, making a note to ask All Might about it later. In the cell I saw multiple agents and Snipe looking like they were ready to intervene if necessary, something that I hope it doesn't come to that. Up above I also noticed that Director Serizawa, Vice Director Graham, and Agent Gordon were observing the events going on. Along with someone I didn't recognize. A young woman with black hair with a bang partially covering her left eye and loose black suit with a violet shirt. I think I have an idea on who she might be, but I need to check on Erika first. Looking at the otherwise of the room I saw that she was lying down on the ground, looking a little paler than usual and barely moving. I took a few more steps towards her before Erika noticed me. She let out a soft roar and proceeded to move away from me. This isn't good. Usually now Erika would have wrapped me up in her vines at this point. She still might blame herself for what happened. While she did not tell anyone about what happened, it was the Kaijui to blame for my shoulder and going on a rampage. Erika, I'm alright like I promised. So please let me talk to you, I said to her. Erika hesitated for a few moments and let out a low roar before moving closer to me slowly. She reached out a vine towards me ever so gently before tracing over my left shoulder and letting out a sorrowful roar. I'm alright, Erika, not even a scratch though there is a scar, I said, getting Erika to roar even louder. And for a small crystal to grow on her head. Probably shouldn't have said that. But she needed to hear what I had to say next. But it's alright, Erika, it is something I anticipated for when I become a hero. It wasn't your fault, it was that Kaijui's fault. Besides, I consider it a reminder, I said, getting Erika to look at me in confusion. A reminder to the promise I made to help you, or a reminder of everything we had been through together if the time comes for it. Erika drew herself closer to me slowly, before wrapping me in her vines and began to nuzzle against me while roaring softly. It was an outcome we both knew that was a possible outcome for a while now, but it still didn't hurt less for either one of us to think about. There is only 8 weeks left according to Monarch, less so the more the Kaijui takes over. In case they don't have the anything, at least I will have something to help remember you by besides memories. And I will always cherish our time together, I said, trying not to tear up and failing as Erika stopped nuzzling me. But as you had written on the wall, I was the one to have given you hope in so long. So until the very end, I will not let your hope in me to go misplaced. Taking a deep breath, I composed myself a little bit. Although the tears kept streaming down my cheek while doing so. Because no matter what, Erika, I will do everything I can to help you, and even if there is nothing that can be done, I will still be there the entire way. But I am not giving up yet, there is still a chance for the Shiragami compound to work. So there is still hope. But I have something to ask you, Erika? I asked, getting Erika to let out a small growl in reply. Taking that as a yes, I brushed off some of my tears before continuing. Please don't keep anything like the Kaijui hidden from us again. If you even suspect, tell us anything. So we can prevent another incident from happening again, and we focus on working on improving the Shiragami compound faster without worrying about possession. Can you promise me that, Erika? I asked. She remained silent for a moment before one of her vines reached for her head and ripped out the crystal on her head. Briefly letting out a roar that for a split second sounded like the Kaijui's and caused a shudder down my spine. Followed soon after by the sound of a static buzz and multiple guns being clicked from above. Hold your fire, there is nothing to worry about, Snipe called from up above, putting his gun down. However, he seemed to be the only one as everybody else looked tense on the upper floor. Even down here Erasure Head had his capture scarf ready to deploy, and even All Might looked a little uneasy. Most worrying was that the woman that had been with the directors and Agent Gordon, which wasn't a good sign. Considering that noise, I believe that was the proof that woman was Agent Dupre. Before I could even worry about what could happen, Erika shook the vine holding the crystal to get the blood off of it. The wound on her head closed and she gently placed the crystal in her hand, getting me to flinch once I saw it. A trans-orange colored crystal, like the kind on the crest that adored Erika when the Kaijui took over. She let out a soft roar before using her vines to move me over to a patch of dirt that she just finished writing in. It read, "I promise Izuku." For days I feared the worst, what you would think after what that abomination had done. Guess I had nothing to worry about. Since you still believe in me so strongly, I have hope that this cure will work. But in case it doesn't, well, I do believe that this crystal would be a better reminder than that scar. Make sure to keep it close. Consider it a reminder of your promise, a small way to thank you, and to tell you that you are my hero, Izuku. I stood there for a second, just processing what she wrote while Erika looked away while letting out a soft growl. I started to tear up once more. She thought of me as her hero. This is the first time anyone has ever thought of me like that. To think of me as a hero, I couldn't even muster the words or thoughts for such a thing. Erika. I cried out as I wrapped my arms around her neck and started to cry, getting a startled roar from her. My body moved on its own as I started to break down. But not out of sadness, but of happiness. Thank you, Erika, for making my dream come true, even if just a small part. I cried out. So we are going to make it through with whatever comes next, to make your dream a reality. Erika let out a loud roar before embracing me in her vines. It hurt a little, but I could care less at the moment. The both of us were just too happy to care. There was no way I was going to give up on Erika. Not then, not now, and certainly not in the future. There is still time, and I was going to make sure any way I can that Erika regains a human form. She considers me her hero, and if I failed to help her and everything we have been through, how could I be a hero who can save anyone? Third POV, Erika's containment cell, second floor. Looks like we had nothing to worry about, just like I thought. Snipe said as he walked up to Serizawa. It would seem so, but we are going to have to get Erika checked out. That roar was too similar to the Kaijui's to my liking. Along with the orange crystal, no other had been found except for the incident. Serizawa said seriously. Correct, but I believe we should postpone it just for a little while. Just let them have some time together. Graham said, gesturing down towards both Erika and Izuku. Serizawa wanted to tell her otherwise, but Gordon spoke up. Let the green bean have this, they deserve it after what happened. 10 to 15 minutes with each other wouldn't hurt anyone. Gordon said gruffly. That and this is just too precious. Graham muttered under her breath. Serizawa sighed before a small smile graced his face. Very, very well then. The director said before activating his earpiece. Agent Dupre disengage, the situation is all clear. Erika's cell. All Might and Aizawa heard the sound of a weapon being hoisted and turned to see Agent Dupre. It would seem like I wasn't needed. Dupre said, before looking at Izuku and Erika. Nor did I expect for the kid to reason with a Kaijui. Been telling myself that for the past 2.5 weeks. Aizawa muttered out. Director Serizawa sent you as backup then. In case the Kaijui manifests. Dupre said, her tone a little cold before sighing. But I was not expecting this. After observing the situation for weeks, it is difficult to believe that it is, but I've always had faith in Midoriya. If he believes so strongly that we can cure Erika before it is too late. All Might said with pride, smiling at his successor. Dupre just gave him a silent nod before looking back at the kid and Kaijui before vanishing. A static buzz hanging in the air was the only indication that she was even there. I'll take that as my cue to switch shifts. Word of warning, Yamada is taking my place, and you can imagine how he will react to this. Eraserhead said, getting All Might to wince. I'll keep that in mind, All Might said. And All Might, that problem child of yours has the conviction to be a hero. But he has a lot to work on. Aizawa said before walking away. All Might could only nod in agreement before coughing a little blood and shifting back to his true form. You're right, Aizawa, but young Midoriya is nearly ready. All Might said, wiping away the blood and smiling at Izuku and Erika. A true hero saves not only lives but also their spirits. I believe that you were a true hero today, wouldn't you agree, Master? Izuku POV, modern day. After that they took Erika for some more tests, and thankfully there was no signs of the Kaijui emerging or another spike of infection. Though she did lash out when Monarch tried to take the crystal from me. I have it around my neck right now, rarely taking it off during the day, except during at school. Don't want to risk it getting stolen. Or having to risk explaining it. Mom already found out and told her the crucial truth. It was a friend named Erika that I meet training under All Might over 2 weeks ago. She currently undergoing treatments to help her out. It was to keep a promise I made to her and to help her when she gets better. I had to calm Mom down as the tears wouldn't stop. She was proud of me and has made it very clear she wants meet her once Erika gets better. With me partially dreading them ever meeting when the time comes. Anyway, things slightly fell back into a rhythm after that day, minus getting an autograph from President MIC. Only main difference was All Might and Agent Gordon decided to extend sparring sessions daily for up to an hour. It was nothing but an could have reduced humans to bone due to the effect of producing micro-oxygen and destroying multiple blood cells. Right now Erika was in the process of ripping one of her vines off with her maw. Something that slightly disturbed both scientists with the ease she did so. Sure, they had removed them in the past and Erika had ungodly regenerative capabilities, but it was another thing to see the ease which she was doing it herself was another thing altogether. Dr. TGA, Dr. Mifune, look out! One of the scientists called, getting both scientists to notice a large chunk of Erika's vine sailing towards them. One that would have crashed into the later if he didn't move out of the way. Instead it crashed into his workstation, breaking multiple vials of blood and a syringe full of the newest Shiragami compound. Goddamn Erika, be careful next time. Yujiro snapped at her, getting Erika to roar back at him as she had a scientist help her apply the Shiragami compound to the dismembered vine. Considering her strength, it was a good idea to have someone help her with the process without accidentally getting the compound on her. And that was the last of the newest batch. I'll get some people to help clean this up. Mifune sighed out. I'll start the cleaning process. Yujiro said as he went to get some supplies. Only for Erika's spores start to manifest around him as she reformed over the mess. Erika, what are you? Yujiro tried to say, but was interrupted when Erika pointed one of her vines at the bit of vine in the middle of a puddle of blood and the Shiragami compound. You want me to examine that? Erika roared loudly and reached out a vine towards him, but the hematologist was already walking back to his station. And proceeded to gag as a rancid smell started to fill the area. Well, that is quite the reaction. Yujiro gagged out as what he could best describe the smell to be someone doused a bunch of roses in blood and gasoline while throwing in a bit or two of rotten meat in for good mix. Something Erika agreed with a mixture of growling and gagging. Yujiro looked at the putrid-smelling vine to see that at one of the openings some of her blood was leaking out while a mixture of multiple human blood and Shiragami compound seeping into the vine. With the outer edges calcifying and the texture changing a little. Okay, now this is a promising reaction. Yujiro said, cutting off a small piece of vine and the mixture of blood and chemical onto a glass slide. He slipped it under his microscope and zoomed in on it. His eyes widened in shock and looked at Erika, who gave him a confused look. Mifune, you better come see this for it breaks down. Yujiro called out to the elderly geneticist. You found something, TGA? He called out as he ran back, gagging at the smell. Just take a look. Yujiro said with a grin, stepping out of the way for Mifune to take a look. His eyes widened in shock before pulling himself away from the microscope. "Someone get me Director Serizawa, and fast." Dr. Mifune called out. "And anyone not currently working on something, come down here. We are going to need everyone available to gather enough data for this to work in such a short amount of time." Dr. TGA called out as well, getting the lab to burst into activity as people left their stations. "Erika, we are going to need a lot more vines." Erika let out a loud, joyous roar at that before she went to work. Happy that they had just made a major breakthrough. Izuku POV, 3.5 hours later, Midoriya family apartment. Today was a good day so far. All Might said that today was going like training at UA compared to the past 2 days. Mainly because I wouldn't be sparing with Agent Gordon today. Something that I am immensely happy about. I don't have to worry about going through a 1-hour grueling sparring session with someone who could keep up with All Might and hardly any restraint. I might be able to land a few hits here and there, but I always end up a battered and bruised mess at the end. If I had to choose between another sparring session with him or facing the Kaijui again, it would be a tie, to be honest. Couldn't tell what was worse. But according to All Might, he was sent to Monax in Amori Prefecture. A lot of activity had been going on in the lake lately, so he was sent to check it out along with Director Serizawa. I really hope that it is a false alarm, because I believe Erika and the Kaijui lurking within her are enough for now. Speaking of which, I am bracing myself and all when Erika sees me again later. She began to wrap me up in her vines with enough force that I feared for my lungs whenever I see her. It took All Might to pry me out of them, but thankfully Erika only seemed to do that once a day and always the first time we met. But despite the pain, I couldn't help but be happy for her. Especially after finding out Erika had recently taken a big part in improving the Shiragami compound, which were quite effective despite her questionable methods. I am sure with her helping, the progression with her cure will continue to increase at the rate that it does. That way we wouldn't have to worry about the Kaijui taking over, and that she will be restored to a human form before her deadline. Right now I was currently drying myself off after taking a shower. I had just gone on a long job before, making sure to be careful to not be ambushed once again. Even a week later there was no sign of Shiten, which I am sure with the condition Erika had left him in he should have been found sooner or later. But sadly that wasn't the case. So besides worrying for my life, it actually was a pretty good jog. Even got to witness Kama Woods take down a mugger with a crocodile quirk in the cleanest villain capture that I had ever seen. So all in all it has been a good day so far. Anyway, as I was drying myself off, my phone started to vibrate. I switched it on and 5 missed calls from All Might all in the last 10 minutes. Hello, I said, trying to calm myself down. Young Midoriya, I have been trying to reach you for a bit now. What have you been doing? All Might asked over the phone. I have just gotten out of the shower, I said to him. That is how I do it. Anyway, get dressed, I am nearly at your apartment. We are heading to UA earlier than planned. All Might said happily. Any reason why? I asked as I finished drying myself off and started to get changed. Wouldn't want to ruin the surprise, I'll tell you on the way. I am here right now, I will see you so soon. All Might said before hanging up. I wonder what he wants to tell me. Maybe it was something about Erika. Considering there was not even an iota of negativity in his voice, it wasn't that the Kaijui took over or she escaped again. Maybe they made a breakthrough in the Shiragami compound. Or it could be word of what is going on in Amori Prefecture. Maybe both. Either way, I'm anxious to hear what happened and I hope that Erika was alright. Anyway, after I finished getting dressed and getting prepared, I put on the necklace where I attached Erika's crystal. I slipped out of the bathroom. Next week, sounds good to me. I overheard All Might's voice from down the hall. He was here sooner than expected. Then I will see you at 13 o'clock then. Mom's voice said as I turned to corner to see them. What are you two talking about? I asked, surprising Mom as she turned to face me. Her face slightly red. Izuku, please don't sneak up on me like that. Mom said, clutching her heart. Sorry, Mom. I stuttered out before recomposing myself. But what were you and Mr. Yagi talking about? Mom was silent for a moment before she spoke up. That he was offering to drive me to pick up the car after its annual inspection. Mom said with a smile, getting me to nod. Our car's inspection was next week, and considering what was going on with Karchan's family, All Might would have the most reliable means of transportation. Now Izuku, it is time to go. All Might said, getting me to nod as I grabbed my book bag containing my workout uniform and my notebooks. Please be safe, Izuku, and make sure to tell Erika that I said hello and that I hope she feels better soon. Mom said before hugging me. I will, and she will appreciate you saying that. I said honestly, hugging her back. Love you, Izuku. Mom said as we separated from each other. Love you too, Mom. I said with a smile, waving goodbye as I exited our apartment and started to walk down then hall. Third POV. Should we tell him? All Might asked Inko quickly and quietly. No, we are still testing things out. Let's wait to see how things progress first. Inko said, getting All Might to nod with a small smile. All right, anyway I shall bring him back in about 3 hours. All Might said, the later part louder as Izuku looked book. Okay, and good luck with your appointment. Inko said as she waved them goodbye as All Might walked caught up with his pupil. Izuku POV. So that is what you told Mom to why you came to get me so early? I said, getting All Might to nod as he coughed up some blood. Not entirely the truth, I do have my monthly appointment to check on the condition of my injury coming up. But it is tomorrow. All Might sighed out. I see, so what is it that you are picking me up early for? I asked as we were far enough from Mom. Oh, that, they found the cure for Erika. All Might said, getting me to stop in my tracks. Young Midoriya? What? 45 minutes later, UA training grounds at temporary Monarch headquarters. Turns out the bonding agent for the Shiragami compound was human blood cells and platelets. Dr. Mifune said as we were all in a room off of the main lab. He and Dr. TGA were on one side presenting their findings with Erika, who looked like she was over the moon. Considering the subject of this meeting, she had every right to be. On the other side of the room stood Deputy Director Graham, All Might, Principal Nezu, Director Serizawa via webcam, Agent Dupre, Agent Aoki and myself. I was currently drying my eyes. Not afraid to admit I cried on the way to UA. They were tears of joy to know we were so close to restoring Erika to a human form. The only details All Might told me on the way here after calming me down was that it was going to be explained and that they spent nearly 2.5 hours of tests in Ida to gain a better understanding of how the cure would work. So here we all are. And I couldn't have expected that to have been the answer. So you are saying human blood is the answer? Agent Aoki asked incredulously. Part of the answer at least. It is a little more complex than that. Just straight up injecting human blood and Shiragami compound will still have the same effects as straight up injecting it into her without the blood. Dr. Mifune said with a shake of his head. No, the process in essence a large blood transfusion with a few more steps. Yujiro said with a smile, salivating a little bit. Dr. TGA. Graham said, making a subtle gesture, getting the hematologist to wipe his mouth with his sleeve. Sorry about that. Anyway, the most effective way for this process to work is similar to a blood transfusion but with Erika's blood going out of her body at the same rate as the cure is going in. Otherwise it will be the same effect. Aoki, we are going to need your help with this part. Yujiro said, getting the agent in question to nod. Going to need the examine a whole lot of medical equipment to see how they function and will need some professional help before I can make such a device. Aoki said, getting Serizawa and Nezu to nod. I will transfer some more personnel over to the base. Serizawa said with a nod. And I will have you start with Chiyo when she gets back. Nezu said. But what are going to do with Erika's blood? If you are going to have a blood transfusion, then her blood has to be transferred into someone else. And given the exact nature of her cells, it could very well in disaster. I asked. Given the chimera-like nature of her cells, which included Gojira DNA, and a high number of people have died from radiation poisoning from straight-up injecting that Kaijui cells into their body. So unless the Shiragami compound destroys the cells or dilutes them, the effects could range from just about anything including slight effects, to mutations, and finally death. The boy is right, there is no case on record on how a human will react to having Erika's cells in their body. So I believe that you three have found a way around this or to lessen its effects. Dupree said coolly before she faced me. Also quit your mutter please. Sorry, I said quietly, snapping out of my muttering. You both are right, there will be some change to whoever is a willing donor. We have no idea of the full effects, so there is bound to be a few mutations, but as we can gather so far nothing life-threatening. Yujiro said. Given the nature of Erika's cells, changes are bound to happen. But for the method of the transfusion we need to inject the Shiragami compound into the donor cells. Through multiple tests we conducted, the compound has a very short lifespan once injected into a human body. Just barely long enough for a blood transfusion, and it needs at least 10 to 15 minutes to bond to the blood by platelets. Dr. Mifune explained. But with Erika's cells the compound will stay alive longer and bond with them in the human body, diluting the effects of Erika's cells. There will still be effects, but with a willing donor we can monitor whatever changes will occur. Yujiro explained before his face turned grim. We have also found the correct ration for the Shiragami compound to work, and very well might have found the reason Dr. Shiragami never added it into the composition of the compound. With what he said, and Erika letting out a deep growl at her father's name meant that it spelled nothing but trouble. And what is the ratio exactly? Serizawa asked tersely. The ratio is 1 full syringe of Shiragami compound, 10% of an adult's blood supply, and an equal amount of Erika's blood. We suggest that the process be done in increments for the donor's health. Dr. Mifune said seriously. Increments of a week to give us time to observe both the donor and Erika for changes as well. We expect the process to take at least 3 weeks, with 30% of her adult's blood being the given amount to restore Erika to a human form. Yujiro sighed out. And this is at her current size. I'd estimate that if she was at her full size for Erika to be restored to a human form, it would have taken draining 6 full-grown men of every last drop of blood in her for it to work, killing them in the process. 6 people, it would have taken 6 people to cure Erika at her full size. No wonder Erika's father left the final component out, and why she sounded so upset. Given the cure was completed right before his death and lengths he had went to bring Erika back from the dead, she had every right to be enraged. For he might have sacrificed that many people just to restore Erika back to a human form, no matter the consequences or not. And considering the possible implications of pouring all of that blood into human flesh while taking all their blood, the outcome is just too horrific to imagine. I think I am going to hurl. It's going to be okay, Izuku. All Might said, putting a reassuring hand on my shoulder as everyone else in the room looked to have various degrees of horrified or disturbed on their faces. Considering the possibilities I had thought up. Besides the potential disaster that would result from the original treatment, what is the possibility of the Kaijui inside her surviving the treatment? Graham said after regaining her composure. We tested that, and the results show that any and all crystals were exterminated with the tests we conducted so far. We are closely monitoring each test, so any different result no matter how minute will be documented. But all results seem to show there will be no trace of the parasitic Kaijui left. Dr. Mifune said. As for the blood, we are keeping gathering every sample of blood we can and mixing it with the Shiragami compound to stimulate an artificial procedure with bits of Erika's flesh. The first example was all over the place due to being an accident, and the result came from a mess of multiple different samples before degrading and breaking down not long after. We are going to go over various blood samples, both quirk and quirkless, to see which has the best result of survivability, as what we got was a 50% to 80% chance of survival so far compared to the 4.3% chance alone. Of course we are going to need to procure samples from any available sources besides our own director, deputy director. Yujiro said, getting Serizawa and Graham to nod. I'll pull whatever resources to secure what we can from local and surrounding hospitals and blood drives immediately. Graham said. Chio is already getting whatever she can at the moment, but I do believe that I have a favor or two that I can use to acquire a few more samples. Nezu said. With the additional variables we shall have enough data in a week. We can proceed with the operation once we find the best results. After that it depends on when we find a willing donor. So giving us plenty of time to also prepare Erika for the transition. Dr. Mifune said, getting Erika to let out a low growl at that. It was going to be a painful process. We've known that for weeks now, but now we know the process is going to last at least 3 weeks. I could barely fathom the sheer pain Erika would be going through. But from the look of thing, Erika is willing to embrace it in order to become human again. Is there anything else we should be aware of? Dupré inquired. Just 2 more bits. The first one is that the process has a bit of a side effect. Nothing harmful except for a putrid smell that will linger while Erika is in the process of regaining a human form. I suggest those that will be monitoring her wear hazmat suits, as that smell will continue on for weeks. Dr. Mifune said, getting me to wince and wonder how bad that smell must be. Finally, we are going to need a blood sample from every adult in the room. The fresher it is, the better results we will get. Nezu is the exception for obvious reasons. No offense. Yujiro said as the principal waved it off. None taken. Besides, I am afraid Erika might try to eat me again at the smell of my blood. Nezu said. The way Erika was letting out a low growl in her throat was only proving him right. Nezu we'll take care of it, Toshinori, don't worry. Nezu said, cutting off a worried-looking All Might, calming the hero down. What was going on to get All Might apprehensive like that? Whatever it was, it seemed that at least Director Serizawa knew as well. With that out of the way, there are still a few matters to discuss, like the finer details of this matter and the findings here at this base. Agent Aoki, I believe that you should get a head start, after monitoring Erika for a few minutes. I believe that she can hardly contain herself anymore. Serizawa noted, looking directly at her. And for us to notice her extending her vines towards me and Nezu, sap dripping from the vines snaking towards him. Midoriya, please take her away. Nezu said calmly, though sounding absolutely terrified. Erika, don't eat him. I said, grabbing one of her vines as she roared out a little before breaking into spores as Aoki opened the door. And she tried to dragging me out of the room with her spores. This shouldn't be more than a few minutes, hold out until then. All Might said with an apologetic grin as the door closed behind us. Both of us knowing what was going to happen as Erika reformed and let out a loud roar as she wrapped myself in her vines before she started nuzzling me. So do you need my help right now? Aoki asked as Erika's vine started to construct me even more. Give her a minute, she deserves it. I breathed out with a wince. Alright, but I am getting a crowbar. Aoki said as he flew off. Despite my lungs starting to scream out in pain at the moment, I was ignoring as best I can. Erika kept on nuzzling me, looking the happiest I have ever seen her. After 280 some years, she finally has a definite shot at regaining human form. It wasn't without risk though, but considering how long she had been stuck in this form and a parasitic Kaijui lurking within, Erika was willing to take this to be rid of them all. For now she was overjoyed at the prospect of being cured, as was I. While I still had a few things in my mind, like what was going on in Amori Prefecture, what was All Might concerned about, and the fact my lungs were starting to burn, all were pushed aside at knowing that I will be able to keep my promise to save Erika and how it will become a reality. I started to tear up at nothing that a dream once thought impossible for her, like myself becoming a hero months ago, would soon become a reality. That, and I really needed to breathe now. Erika, can you please let go now? I wheezed out. But it seemed like Erika was in such a euphoria that she didn't seem to notice. Nor when Agent Aoki tried to pry me out of her vines with a crowbar. Okay, I am going to need some help over. Aoki called out as I tried to squirm out of her vines. This was going to take a few minutes. Modern day. Which it did. It took 3 minutes and 2 other Monarch agents helping Aoki before they could pry me free. But that did little to stop Erika's good mood as she wrapped me up in her vines again. Thankfully on a more manageable level. The meeting ended a few minutes after that. Never did find out what All Might was concerned about until days after that. But I did learn there had been a lot more activity on the lakebed in Amori Prefecture in this past month. It has not been confirmed yet, but Erika might not be the only awakened Kaiju for long. There had been no activity since then, but there was no telling if that will soon be proven wrong or not. Moving past the possible re-emergence of another Kaiju, for about a week afterwards things have been progressed as they had for the 3 days beforehand. Except that I had another change. Kurogiri add an extra 15% onto his reward, but only if he provides the necessary information. You know what to do if he doesn't. The boss said, getting Yamazaki to gulp. Of course. Now officer, if you do not have anything else to say, that will be all for now. Kurogiri said. Actually, do you mind throwing in a bottle of BMHA whiskey if you have any, please? Yamazaki asked. Of course, but the cost will be subtracted from your reward. Kurogiri said, to which the officer thought was fair. Any preferences? Do you have any white BMHA? Yamazaki asked. We do have 2 extra bottles aged for 43 years. That will bring down your extra reward to 14.3%. Kurogiri said. Fine by me. Yamazaki said. It will arrive to your apartment tomorrow as soon as the extraction is completed. Have a good evening, officer. Kurogiri said before the line went dead. I just hope that it will be. Yamazaki said, turning on his cameras and starting his car. Joining in the escort of Kokusenki back to the station. Izuku POV. Thank you for answering all of the questions, Midoriya. Your mother should be here shortly and you should be able to leave. Detective Tsukochi said, getting me to nod before turning to Erika. And for you, Miss Erika, you're being let off with a warning this time. According to Serizawa, you were going to be discharged in 3 days. I am not sure if this will affect your discharge date, as it will be up to him. But he advises that you do not break out again. I am not planning on it. Erika said, getting Tsukochi to nod while I let out a sigh of relief. At least everything seemed to be going all right and that Detective Tsukochi was in on what Monarch knows. While Aoki was currently going over the features of his gear to a few curious officers. The official story for Erika and Aoki was that Erika was an escaped patient from a hospital outside of Musutafu once she heard I was in trouble. A patient that I have been volunteering to help for the past month and a half and had given blood to. Which was technically true. Aoki was an associate of the hospital CEO with a currently pending Japanese hero license that was staying nearby and heard what was happening to me. With the hospital CEO being Director Serizawa, his number being the last one I called on my phone after being returned, Aoki's phone having it, and recalling him in order to confirm the story. That, and I think Aoki might have informed him earlier. That is if he didn't record us earlier. Though they also had records suggesting about Aoki's pending license and medical records about the transfusions. So Monarch was being thorough in covering everything so soon. Which, given the nature of the organization, I shouldn't be surprised. At least it seemed that Kamu Woods had believed it. And my wounds had been treated. Besides the nasty gash on the right hand from Kokusenki, which has been heavily bandaged, I was mainly covered in cuts and bruises. And parts of my body, especially my left hand, felt a little numb from going into 2% of one for all too much. It felt much better than it did a while ago and the numbness was fading away. Still going to need to see recovery girl about the gash on my hand. Still, it was a sign that I seriously need to improve on my control over my quirk. I've only just got it, and tapping into 2% a few times in quick succession can put this much strain on my body. Something that I would have to rectify soon. I was broken from my thoughts as I felt one of Erika's vines brushing against my face, getting me to sigh. I really need to get a handle on my muttering. I sighed out, with Erika just holding, as she had to do the same thing twice in the past 10 minutes to break me out of my muttering spells. Perhaps, but I find it kind of endearing. Erika said with a smile, getting my face to flush a little. Izuku, where are you? I heard my mom call out. Looking past the detective, I saw her and All Might quickly approaching us as the police who were cleaning up as the metal shards everywhere. I am right here. I called out as Tsukochi nodded. I have a few things that I need to discuss with her, but after that you and Miss Erika are free to go. Tsukochi said, getting me to nod. Kamu Woods, I believe that you had a few words with them. It won't take long. Kamu Woods said, getting Tsukochi to nod as he went towards my mom. And myself to gulp as he faced me and Erika. Please don't end up like last time. I believe that the detective and this Serizawa have made the points about you breaking out of a hospital, but what you did was more reckless than what he did during the slime villain incident. Kamu Woods said calmly, getting Erika to growl and myself to wince. Breaking out to try and save him after waking up from an extensive operation, just what were you thinking? That Izuku had been dealing with being attacked constantly since I met him, especially from Shiten. Erika growled out before grabbing her arm with one of her vines. Besides, I could care less about what they could do to me. Wait, was she really going to? No, wait, of course she was. Erika had no problems literally ripping herself to pieces before, so why now? Erika, don't. I protested. What is she? Kamu Wood said, but cut himself off as a loud crack was heard. Erika had used her vine to twist her arm in a complete unnatural angle, nearly tearing it off. There was even green blood dripping from the torn flesh. She seemingly didn't care at all about that as Kamu Wood stared in horror as her arm promptly twisted back into place on its own with a snap. No mark of anything ever happened to her at all. Never going to get used to that. Kamu Wood stared at her for a moment in shock before turning his gaze to me. Her quirk also grants her an ungodly healing factor. And please don't compare her quirk to Biollante, she hates that. I said while raising my hands. Erika just let out a soft growl at that while Kamu Woods nodded. I think that was the answer he was looking for. Considering your regeneration and quirk, I can see why you would do so. I can agree with your sentiment to making sure he was alright, but disagree with how you went about it. Kamu Wood said, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. He turned to face me and sighed. I'm sorry for yelling at you that day, kid. Kamu Wood said, shocking me. What? He was apologizing. It wasn't alright. I tried to say, but Kamu Woods cut me off and sighed. Neither I or Death Arms should have yelled at you that day. Lectured you for doing something completely reckless, yes. But not for airing out our grievances for the whole situation. A kid nearly died and there was nothing we could do about it. And you just rushed in to save a friend. What were you even thinking? Kamu Wood said, getting me to wince a little before regaining my composure. His eyes, they looked like he was asking for help, and my body moved to help him without thinking. I just wanted to help Karchan. I would have done so for anyone, really. I said before looking down. And he was too prideful to admit thank you, wasn't he? Kamu Woods asked, staring at me for a moment before nodding. I figured, Death Arms is kind of the same way. But he will admit when he is wrong or thanks in private. Honestly, that is kind of how I met Izuku. Erika said with a smile, before I found a vine draped against my shoulder. I have been thankful ever since. And me too. I said honestly as her vine nuzzled me for a moment before retracting. Kamu Woods looked between us and chuckled a little. Why do I believe that he was smiling under that mask? Glad to see that. He said before sighing, we should have seen that the both of you were okay, instead me and Death Arms took our frustrations out on you for your stunt. Something we both regret as it was unbecoming of us as heroes. At least unlike those other two who praised the boy for his quirk instead of checking up on him. I agree, but what happened to them? Last I knew Slugger is still a hero and nothing about Harrier. I asked with a frown. Instead of at least checking up on how Karchan was doing, considering they praised him for fighting back, his quirk, and even trying to check to see if would join their agencies upon graduation. Slugger moved his agency to the Chiba, Harrier was demoted to a sidekick in another agency for pulling more stunts like that on victims of villain attacks and got too many complaints. Kamu Wood said, before blinking. Where did you get that notebook? I've always had it on me. I said while updating the information. Can I see that? Erika asked over my shoulder, getting me to jump a little as I closed it up. Maybe later. I said honestly, getting her to nod happily. Honestly, I wasn't all that comfortable with sharing my notes considering the last time that happened with Karchan. The only exception was Mom, but that had only really been during this past month. Though I think that she might have been sneaking peeks at them for years now. It might take a little time, but I think that I can extend that to Erika as well. Anyway, once again I am sorry yelling at you that day. None of us heroes were acting much like one that day except for All Might. Despite your actions that day you certainly showed the makings of one, and this incident really have solidified that idea. Kamu Wood said with a sigh. While you talked with the detective I asked the crowd what had happened. You said to them that you would make sure no one else would get hurt and smiled like All Might to reassure them, making sure that no one was attacked by Shiten. You still have quite a bit learning to do. I can tell with enough time one day you can be a great hero. He thought that I can become a great hero. Kamu Woods thought I could become a great hero. And it seemed like he meant it. A lot of people seemed to believe that, especially this past month and a half. With all that and even with All Might telling me that all those months ago, I still have some difficulty believing it. Still, that didn't mean that I didn't appreciate that he thought that of me. It doesn't matter to me, I already consider Izuku a hero. Erika said, breaking me out of my thoughts to see her smiling at me. To which I return. Kamu Woods let out a dry chuckle and once again questioned why do I have the feeling that he was smiling under that mask. It is good to hear that you have someone who thinks that, especially someone like her. You better be sure to treasure that. Kamu Wood said. I already do and I have since I met her. I admitted honestly, my face flushing a little. This is the first time I have admitted as such to someone outside of Monarch or UA. Good to hear that. So how about a few words of advice from a professional hero to an aspiring one? Never underestimate the lengths a villain can go to win. And to learn from your mistakes as we all make them and can repeat them despite knowing what went wrong. You already have experience with the first of the lessons. He said, getting me to wince and Erika to growl. Yes, quiet a bit this month. I said, thinking of Shiten and the Kaijui. Perhaps more than you would know. Erika growled out, getting Kamu Woods to look between the two of us before shrugging. Then for the second you already had the unpleasantry of meeting an example of the both. He said while shaking his head. It was Kokusenki, wasn't it? It sounded like you two encountered each other before. I said while pulling out my notebook, getting him to nod. I was part of the raid that resulted in her arrest and a few dozen other villains like her. I had managed to capture her and underestimated her with how many branches entangled her. Kokusenki soared through them and struck me from behind, cutting into my rib cage. Kamu Wood said, tracing alongside the left side of his ribs. I winced at the thought of what happened and clutched my bandaged right hand. Compared to that and all the cuts I have gotten from her, it sounds like I had gotten lucky. She cut all the way to the ribs before leaving me to book it as another hero arrived, managing to capture her by accidentally knocking her out of a second-story window while I was taken to an ambulance. The surgeon said that I was lucky. 2 more centimeters to the right and she would have cut into the entire side of my lung. Kamu Wood said. Why yeah, it definitely sounds like I got lucky. Wasn't the first time I made a mistake like that, and probably will not be the last. So while I can do what I can to learn from them to prevent it from happening again, but remember it is just as easy to slip up and repeat them. Believe me, knowing this would have helped me out when I started, and I hope that you will remember that. Kamu Wood said, getting me to nod. Social circle, and he's already proven himself to be a true gentleman by taking Asmodeus's sword for the one he saved. Thus, I bet he'll take them all on by acting as a living shield. The owl-like guy, Kamu, professed. I say 90 blades impale the bastard. Everyone turned with mild concern at the white-haired girl with glasses, who just spoke in a very vicious tone. What, it's a gamble. She spoke innocently. Everyone decided to roll with it. The fateful moment arrived as the door opened, and no one entered. The swords went off and hit nothing, causing them to impale the floor and wall. Izuku came in a few seconds later and looked over the blades. Told you it was trapped, Clara, just didn't expect there to be so much violence in this one. Izuku said, causing everyone to blink owlishly. How did you avoid them? Lied felt the need to ask. It's not my first time entering the classroom on the first day of class. Izuku admitted sheepishly. Though, all the other times, they weren't aiming to kill me, I think. Ha ha, I was the closest. Jazz shouted, everyone muttered as he took the money. Wait, were you betting on how many would hit me? Izuku asked as he paled a bit, Asmodeus now entering as he looked disdainfully at the blades. Well, of course, you're the only one with no sword scratching them. Lied stated, leaning back on his tail as Izuku blankly blinked. Almost as impressive as the guy who took all of them. That caused Izuku to get out of his stupor and look confused. Wait, someone else took them all? Like all 100 of those swords? Clara asked, playing with one of the curvier-looking blades and giving it a few test swings. Indeed, shouted an obnoxious voice. It came from the tallest, and by far the most muscular, student in the class. I'm disappointed. Where's the fire thou showed at orientation? He shouted. And where's your blood? Izuku shouted with a scared expression. You have swords sticking out of you, we need a hospital. It was true, the man clearly took all of the swords, given the blades and hilt still sticking out of him. Ha! These little sticks. I'm so strong that I hardly noticed. He proves his point by popping them all out with a single flex. Only I, Sabnock Sabro, art worthy enough to become Demon King. Demon King? The honor student asked. Made sense why he would be confused. Not many demons had such lofty goals, especially those in the misfit class. Don't listen to him, Lai decided to chime in. He's been going on and on about that ever since he arrived. We've learned to tune it out by this point. And so far, only 2 other students have reached the level worthy to compete with me. Sabnock spoke with a grin. Izuku Midoriya, the danger junkie who lives off of thrill and has gained the most powerful of connections. He started, the boy giving his famous nervous shake. And Alice Asmodeus, the representative with powerful magic and who beat Izuku. He spoke in a suggestive way as the man twitched. Unfortunately thou wast a weak-ass familiar to drag thou down. Flame started to slowly roll off of Asmodeus as everyone took a few steps back. Would you like to tell me how my Gorgon, one of the most powerful beasts known to demons, is weak? He asked with passive yet boiling rage. It's simple math, thy idiot. He spoke. I have a Kelpie, thou have a Gorgon. My familiar has legs. Therefore, I am the clear winner. How the hell does that decide who's stronger? Calm down, Asmodeus, don't let him get to you, Izuku placated, getting close to try and defuse the situation. Oh, and here I thought the winner was supposed to be the servant, clearly I was wrong. Sabnock spoke, causing Izuku to flinch and Asmodeus to glower. Maybe they should invest in a blast shield, it would save a lot of money. Hey, Azaz isn't a master or servant, he's Izuku's friend. Clara shouted in, causing extreme bafflement in those around them, him included. What the hell is a friend? We are certainly not friends. I thought I made that abundantly clear. Well, you still hang around him and you're not trying to kill him, so you must be his friend. A lot of people hang around me without actively trying to kill me, oh wow, never mind. Izuku said as if he came to a realization. I live a dangerous life no matter where I am. What are they referring to? What the hell is a friend? Sabnock decided to speak out for the class. Yeah, such a weird word, what's it mean? Jazz asked as well. Izuku was about to speak but Asmodeus beat him to it. A friend? Friend? It's quite simple. You see. He gave a quick look to Clara, and then to Izuku, looking quite spiteful. It's when 2 maniacs share common interests and extend their chaos to everyone else. Antichrist, friend sounded dangerous. Probably best if he never has any. Izuku looked desperate to say something, likely to extend some more chaos, until Kaigo-sensei walked into the front door, destroying the approaching swords without glancing and shutting everyone up. "Alright, all of your pieces of trash, sit down. We're going to take a roll call." He spoke in a no-nonsense tone, most following faster than others. "Kaigo-sensei." The honor student shook again. "Huh, who knew he was such a teacher's pet? No one's ever that happy to see a teacher. Of course, you'd be here. I wouldn't expect anything less from the grandson of that insufferable chair demon. The one student that likes him and that's how he treats him? Talk about harsh. That same demon who, because I avoided being forced to pay for your thievery, was absent during the assignment meeting and stuck me with teaching this classroom. Now that was more understandable." Lied leaned back, going to play some Dokman on his lame boy. Nothing else interesting was going to happen anyway, right? Apparently he was far too into the zone, because the next thing he knows after capturing a Charaking, they are on the top of a mountain. Izuku's day was a gradual one. Misfit class was okay, he could deal with the crazy as long as he kept distance, and would get to be with his friend, S. Then he was almost killed before he stepped in, saved by experience with people pulling pranks on him. Seriously, the wire was obvious, just not the magical reload. Kaigo? He could not deal with that man. Every second he so much as glanced in the general direction of him he cowered internally. He definitely looked like a man that was out for blood. Izuku could only hope teachers weren't allowed to kill the students, because the chances of that being possible here were way too high for his liking. Now then, to determine your rankings, you'll be crossing the mountain range to reach the flag at the end. He pointed to a series of rocks reaching up to the heavens themselves, or in this case Earth. It was hard to tell, there was a red sky and purple moon, but everything else seemed normal. Then again, he lived in hell now, so normal was probably not on the agenda. "I'll let the abomination explain." Kaigo said, "Bring up the pink screen from the summoning ritual." "Hello there everyone, we're going to get into how to cross the mountainscape." The cute pink peach thing exclaimed, making Kaigo's eyes twitch more and more violently every second. Warbling Valley is a bit longer, but it's safe and comfy so no one has to risk any form of danger to themselves. Then there's Cutthroat Valley, filled with dangerous traps, natural disasters, and horrible giant monsters. They even have a guardian who's super strong, but the course itself is super short. "We should probably avoid the Cutthroat Valley, we're too new and it's likely littered with lots of threats," Izuku suggested, internally screaming as the casual mentions of natural disasters. Maybe his wing theory wasn't far off considering it was just that common. "Wait, you can actually exercise caution?" Asmodeus asked in disbelief. "And here I thought you had no understanding of such a word." He would be more offended if the rumors weren't what they were. "Cowards, I'll be taking Cutthroat Valley head-on and destroying the obstacles in my way," shouted Soburo loudly, causing Izuku to involuntarily take a step back. The whole rival talk just pressed all the danger buttons in his body. "Okay then, let's all get along," were the last words of the cute screen before it was once again launched into a crater courtesy of Kaigo's foot. Maybe he should talk with Grandpa about giving the man a raise, it would lessen his chance of death. Just a last-minute reminder, Warbling Valley is the only viable option for any of you. Kaigo ignores Sabro's complaints like the taller teen wasn't there. The guardian of Cutthroat Valley has been in a mood lately. Any encounters with it will lead to certain death. Now go. The gates opened, allowing them to start. Izuku ran on the command of go. If his rank was too low he'd be picked on like his old life. However, just something average would allow him to be okay and not be put on this weird pedestal everyone else put him on. He probably couldn't reach the top of this world even if he tried, but that didn't mean he should settle for the bottom either. He kept focus in front of him, barely registering Asmodeus flying by him. Or Clara. Or that Sabnok guy. Now it was starting to register in him that everyone was flying. And in that moment, Izuku came to two horrifying realizations. The first being that this was a flying race for demons, where everyone was expected to fly on instinct. And second, he was human. A normal, quirkless human that was incapable of flight. Maybe ICAAGGGGGGGHHHHH. Izuku lost his footing, having stepped off the cliff and began falling to his doom. Once again, being quirkless has made his life infinitely harder than it should have been. Okay, so maybe in the long run, he might have come across as too forward in his advances with the fairer sex, and being in the misfit class would definitely hurt his chances from here on out, but Kamu was not one to back down easily. He might have looked like a tiny owl demon on the outside, but on the inside was a man whose passions reached to the skies above and beyond. Right beside him was Lyde, who was far more busy focusing on the game he'd never taken his eyes off of since the start of class, and Pissarro, who instead of using his wings to fly, rested easily on a cloud taking a nap, hardly caring about anything around him. He wasn't one to judge, all men had their own interests, it just so happened his were of the highest priority than anyone else's. Such exotic flowers. Kamui spied from above an entire field of blue flowers with pink dots scattered across its petals. You think those two would find them pretty enough to love me? He asked the other two seriously, pointing at two of the three female students in the classroom ahead of them, Elisabetta and Kerori, the first two names in class he committed to memory. AW man, I forgot about the checkpoint. Lyde complained before turning to him. Huh? What are you talking about? Why is everything so loud? Pissarro yawned. Come on, guys. Think about it. Our class has been blessed with two exquisite beauties that happen to be available. This is an opportunity we can't afford to miss out on. Only two? What about Clara Valak? Lyde asked curiously with a light smirk. I'm surprised you aren't bold enough to go for the crazy girl. Shut your mouth. All ladies are exceptional in their own way. Kamui defended. I have no issues with the fair Valak, but she's already committed to someone else. I shall not disturb a budding relationship that's filled with genuine happiness. A gentleman did not take those already in a relationship, it was disgraceful. Also, after hearing her ramble for 5 minutes, I'm not sure she comprehends what it means to be in a relationship. He admitted. Izuku Midoriya must have been equally crazy or innocent if he managed to cross that bridge with her. This school's gonna be annoying, how can I sleep with someone like that screaming in our class? Pissarro drawled with a yawn, very hard to read with that sleep mask ever present. Seriously, the only type of woman the man would ever like would probably be a body pillow, and only then because it's comfy to sleep on. Well, I believe I've spent enough of my time here. I shall be off in the name of romance. Kamu shouted, flying down to grab a flower, now moving over to the females' conversation. So, are any boys speaking out to you, catching your eye? Elisabetta asked Kerori, a glint in her eye. Or women, I don't judge. She put a hand to her mouth and chuckled like a goddess in human form. Come on, it's the first day, it's a little early to talk about impressions. Kerori asked with a blush on her face, so shy and cute. All right then, flower in hand and ladies in sight, and the chance he could put his face into their plump thighs. Absolutely nothing could go wrong. Mama was coming back, he could hear the call. Not that there was any reason to, no beast in their right mind would show up near Mama's place. And he couldn't move, so he didn't need to get near the nest or edge. He watched Mama flying in with her large grey wings, a small demon-looking thing inside of her beak. It's been a while since he's had one of those little two-legged creatures, lately they haven't been as common as they used to, but he wasn't one to complain. Usually, he had a hard time with these little things, their horns often hurt his beak and the tail was usually too tough, but this green thing didn't have any. His mama must have gotten a special order just for him. He had the best mama ever. Ah. It's going to eat me. He never seen food get so excited about being eaten before. Maybe it was happy it was going to be in his belly soon? What weird food. Oh well, he'll make sure to savor every bite. Mama turned her head, smelling an intruder entering her territory. What a moron, no one can beat Mama, she's unbeatable. She flew away, leaving the food unchewed. That's going to be a pain. It scooted away. Bad food. You're supposed to be in his stomach now. He leaned forward, and fell. Ow! His leg was hurting again. He couldn't even move around the nest without it stinging. It really worried his mama, which was why she was so grumpy lately. "Oh, you're hurt," it screamed. "No duh. What a rude piece of food. If he wasn't so hurt he'd have gobbled it in one bite." "Don't worry. I can help." It tried to come forward, but he squawed it away. Mama often had to soften the food to make it go down better. Her grumpiness for his injury must have made her forget. It grabbed one of the leftovers remains from the ground and held it against its hand. "Look." "What?" "It hurt itself." "Why?" "That was just dumb. Now it's bleeding just like his leg was before." The food then ripped some of its cloth fur off, wrapping it around the wound. "See, now it's better." It got better because it was wrapped. Do hornless demons have super healing magic? That was super cool. The food walked over to his leg, ripping off more fur and looking at his head. He nodded, this would suffice. He could eat the food later when Mama came back. "Don't worry about anything. I could probably use my school uniform." It began shifting around its fur cloth a little, and from the corner of his eye, he spotted a little red dot fall into the cut on his leg. This was weird. The wound glowed with light before being fixed. Wasn't that netto it was fixed? The food stood in bafflement. Is that why demons want to eat me? Humans are literal super nutrition? Is this what having a quirk is like? Oh my god, I'm like a living source of trigger. So many ethical questions to consider. It trailed off into mumbles. He didn't care though, standing up and testing the leg. It worked. He was all better. Congratulations food, you've been promoted to helper. Oh, he needed to tell Mama, then she could be super happy. Hey, what are you doing? The helper asked as he picked it up in his beak. Spreading wings, he flew to his Mama's scent. Why me? Sabnok was a man of few regrets. He didn't regret yelling at his dad, he didn't regret beating the crap out of that one teacher, and he didn't regret being stabbed with ambitions were much bigger than anything in this world, even his own life. Some would call him foolish, idiotic, dumber than bricks, an overgrown child clinging onto an impossible dream, but damn them all. The throne of the Demon King may have been empty at the moment, but there's so many demons who covet such a title. And why did he plan to reach such a title? Fame, fortune, women, destiny from his father, avenging his dying sister, chasing his brother? No, fuck all that. Fame is overrated, fortune doesn't bring happiness, he's confident at his dating skill, his father's a bitch, his sister is healthy and his brother never leaves the house, the fucking shut-in. No, he was going to do this for one reason, it was cool. Demon King is such a badass title and he wouldn't have it any other way. That's why he needed to run down Cutthroat Valley. Unfortunately he may have underestimated the Guardian, just a tad. Every weapon he generated broke on its fucking feathers, so he'll likely need to beef them up somehow. Damn it. I swore to see my resolve through to the end. The Guardian was backing him into a corner. Even if he didn't refuse to fly away like some sort of pussy, his wings were far too damaged to take to the skies, so a straightforward attack was his only option. He bit into the gold, generating another spear. Alright you bastard, let's see this to the end. I hope you didn't plan on living long, because only one of us is leaving here. A flash of green was shoved in front of him, and it didn't take long to figure out who it was. Izuku. Why the hell is thou here? Wait a second, why did he even need to ask? Danger junkie, of course he'd want to take the Guardian head on, riding on the back of a majestic chick. He rode in on a giant baby chick that managed to tweet with the Guardian and make it look somehow confused. What am I looking at? It's the Guardian's baby. The green-haired maniac explained, waving his hands all over. The Guardian is a mother. She was so angry because her chick was injured. As Izuku was explaining, he was able to cast a glance at the side, and one of his summoned swords was still available to use. Unbelievable. The kid was going to bring the Guardian's baby in front of it in order to stab it in front of him. Just how deranged was friendship? On the plus side, the bass bitch was distracted. He slowly moved to grab his sword, only to be grabbed by Izuku. Hey! Stop that! There's no reason to fight now. Huh? Wasn't this lunatic aiming to kill this monster too? I held the baby, the mother should be pacified now. We can leave now and make it back to everyone else, alive. Hell no. I came here to carve a giant chicken, and mother or not, I ain't leaving without. The Guardian growled fiercely, almost like it was daring either of them to make a single move. The only thing getting in its way was the chick. It's protecting us? Like I said, there's no point wasting our energy fighting anymore. Izuku held his hands up, getting on his knees. If you want to make it out alive, show that you're willing to make peace. He said, pleading almost. He would just tell the kid to screw himself, but the eyes, they were so sure. This kid was willing to abandon any form of attack and make himself seem defenseless because he somehow made friends with the baby. How did he even do that? It was insane. Looking back on it, he thought about the fight with Asmodeus. He initially assumed the little runt just had great fortitude and pride, tanking all of that pink bastard's fire, but recalled how he never made a move until the blondie was in danger. Was he motivated not by a need for danger, but by a need to protect? He watched the birds, the chick looking at him with innocent eyes, one he'd see on his sister. The Guardian was silent. Gone was the angry beast, now just something cautious of his next move. He raised his hands as well. They waited for a few tense seconds, before the Guardian laid down on the ground, relaxing as well. See, we never needed to fight. Izuku said, before being interrupted by the chick rubbing its head on his body. Hey, stop it, that tickles. He let out a laugh as Sabnok stared at the situation. What the hell was this kid? Why would he take the path he did? Just doing something for the sake of others, that's weird, but deep in his heart he knows. Izuku has elevated himself as one of the coolest people he knows. Pissarro lazily floated to the finish line. It wasn't that hard to do, just navigate the path the earth tells you to go and you'll end up where you need to be, so he could nap most of the way. Unfortunately he got swamped by that annoying Valak girl. Hey, where's Izukins? Why's he taking so long? He's supposed to be super fast and strong, you know. She screamed as she shook his bed. I don't know. Maybe he died. Can't I just get some rest? Seriously, why was she bothering him of all people? He wore a mask to avoid eye contact. No. He isn't dead. My friend's too tough and powerful to die here. Speaking of which, Sabnok isn't here either. Assuming he kept going on his route towards Cutthroat Valley when we last saw him, he probably ran into the Guardian. Asmodeus pondered on. Great, more people talking. Is it possible Midoriya chose to run after him? Why? Even he acknowledged the dangers of that path. You mean aside from the knowledge he is a seeker of trouble? The white fur-covered guy, Geemon or something, shrugged. Mayhaps he's trying that whole friend thing with Sabnok. You must admit, between all of us in the classroom, those two likely have the most in common. Murmurs of agreement could be heard. Why can't people let him sleep for a second? No way. I'm his friend. His first friend. We both have green hair, love smiling, and saying a whole lot of words out loud to express our feelings. Damn it all. This Izuku guy was causing way more trouble for him than it was worth, and he wasn't even here. We have the most in common. That makes me, like his best friend or something. Silence. The test is over. Kalego-sensei spoke words that were music to his ears. The symphony of no one else talking followed soon afterwards. The official rankings will now be announced. Hey! You can't just start without Izuku-kin's Agatich. Where does that nickname come from? We still gotta wait for him to come back. She shook the flagpole, as if to signal to her friend. No exceptions. Anyone who is late or dead will be left behind. After he said that, a harsh fierce wind came over everyone. Man, now it's going to be impossible to sleep now. What the Guardian of Cutthroat Valley? What's it doing here? He prepared a spell to blast it. Stay back everyone. I'll handle it. Huh, a giant bird. Its feathers looked nice. Maybe it could make a decent pillow. After all, the two people riding it seemed to enjoy it. Hey everyone. We made it back without dying. The shorter green figure stood up and waved to everyone, showing a bright smile that actually made it hard to look directly at him, while the taller blonde one sat on his knees, looking beat up and slightly baffled. Wait, don't tell me. Jazz, as well as the other misfits, looked spooked and in awe. Izuku and Sabnok are riding that thing. Yay! Izuku-kins. You made it. That's my best friend for you. Riding the Guardian. Asmodee seemed to be in a conflicted limbo of admiration and irritation. Midoriya actually managed to tame that monster. Oh boy, this was going to be a whole thing, wasn't it? Oh well, at least Izuku was cool enough to warrant staying awake, for the moment at least. Schneider Alossa took care to learn many things in life, believing fully well knowledge was power. He learned politics when he was 4, quadratic formulas by 8, and when he reached 12 he achieved it, the last day he ever got a question wrong, studying mythos because it was important to culture. Even though he found it ridiculous, I mean come on, humans, a race that pathetic can't possibly exist without dying out after 3 generations. The point was, he was well aware of everything. This left a gaping hole inside of his heart however, a yearning for new knowledge to discover. Sadly nothing in this school could offer, until he saw Izuku Midoriya, the most confusing demon he's ever met. Every action he took seemed more contradictory than the last. Alright students, line up in the order you came in, except you two. He pointed at the boy in question, along with Sabro Sabnok, who were put into a dirt patch corner wearing signs that had the word Danger Moron and Senseless Moron engraved into them respectively. Sit there until the end to think about how you're morons. And that they did, Sabnok looking more introspective and calm than he had ever seen before, as if he was considering something he just saw, until Clara Valak started to throw rocks at him. What the heck, brat? That's what you get for being mean to Izuku-kins. She laughed maniacally. Stop that, Clara. Izuku Midoriya tried to give her some restraint and pacify the situation. No, everyone is free to pelt them with stones. It might actually knock the lesson into their heads. Kaligo Nibiria-sensei spoke with a malicious grin and eyes full of danger. So our teacher is spite incarnate, lovely. He overheard Jazz speak, and sadly he couldn't disagree. Now then, this is the ranking owl. He gestured to the beast, a 3-eyed owl with black horns and a pouch. Perfectly natural among their species, he didn't get why he saw Izuku's eyes widen out of the corner of his eye, muttering about horn commonality, or something like that. It watches all of you from start to finish. You reach into its pouch and pull out a badge. These will reflect your starting ranks. You can rank up later, but this is your current capabilities. Unless you were holding back. He glared at a few students in the back, who ignored the teacher entirely. Alice Asmodee was called up first, as he was the one that actually crossed the line first, using an impressive display of speed and propulsion of flames, albeit looking more unrefined compared to his other techniques. The pink-haired boy reached into the pouch, pulling out a golden badge shaped like a pentagon, 2 golden horns jutting out on the top. Showing it to the class, it revealed the symbol for Dale, 4. Wow, impressive. Elisabetta 9 exclaimed with wide eyes. Thine is truly the strongest in our humble classroom. Geeman Garp spoke while waving his hand around. Saburo Sabnok likely would have said something if not for his current conversation with Izuku Midoriya, something about rivals and cool. He could listen, but the rankings proceed in terms of important information. The commotion made sense. Dale, 4, wasn't meaningful per se. The crazy part was that it was an average among adults, meaning to have it as a mere first-year proved exceptional talent. Usually first years were only Aleph, 1, or Bet, 2. After that there wasn't much fanfare, simply divided into one of 3 groups. The first off, the Aleph, 1, group full of unmotivated students. Giman Garp, who was busy talking to everyone rather than making his way through the track himself, Kamu Kaim, who was busy screaming in joy as he was kicked by the two female students, Pirko Agars, who was simply napping and letting his magic guide him here, which is likely the only reason he's here at all. Lied Shax, who was gaming on his Lame Boy the entire trip, and sadly himself, who was busy taking note of the fascinating environment for later. Next was the Bet 2 group of average students. This consisted of Kerori Crockle and Elizabetta 9, who both simply had a conversation to pass the time as they flew ahead of everyone. In all honesty, it was surprising Kamu Kaim didn't share the rank for making it there with them. Also there was Swa. That's strange, he can't remember that guy's last name. Finally the Gimel 3 group of decent students. This included Jazz, who wished to congratulate everyone who made it with a pat on the back as he stole a dollar bill from their pockets. And surprisingly Valak Clara as well. I refuse. How in the world did she get Gimel 3 of all ranks? She didn't even fly. Alice Asmodos. Yes, I did, I was riding on you as. She defended with a smirk. That doesn't count. You need to do it on your own merits. He yelled. Apparently luck counts as an own merit to the ranking owl. Now settle down. Morans, you're up. He shouted to the two students. Sabro couldn't have been more annoyed at this moment. After finally discovering his one true rival in this school, he had to endure the mockery of the weaker students as they were given their ranks first. What sense did that make? The honor student does the coolest stunt within the first week of school before even being ranked, and that apparently deserves ridicule? It was that damn teacher's fault. Adults could be so disrespectful. However, his annoyance was downplayed by his thoughts as he made his way to the ranking owl. What did he do, compared to the actions of the honor student? Go where he was told not to and pick a fight with an angry mom trying to kill him for being near her child? One far out of his league and likely to kill him anyway? He was going to die in such a fashion, but then the honor student comes in and pacifies the beast as if it was a puppy. It bowed down to them, no, to Izuku, as if he were a king. If he was told the events of what happened earlier today, he would have been laughing his head off right before eviscerating the fool that told him such a ridiculous tale. Lowering one's defenses, getting on their knees and willing to give up the advantage? No demon in their right mind would ever do so. They would never be weak. But that kid, he wasn't weak. He had a different kind of strength from the kind he was seeking. Not born from muscles built in lifting, nor from smarts gained from reading. He just had a way with people that got them to be pacified. He literally found fighting pointless. Apparently, it was more worth it to use one's strength for others' advantages, at least that's what he gathered when the two talked. It's not like I didn't trust you to take it on your own, I don't doubt your strength, but when I saw you being attacked, nearly breathless and about to be mauled, it's like my body moved on its own. I don't know if you would have asked for help, but at that moment, it looked like you needed it. The idea of helping someone out of sheer instinct, to risk their life for it. On paper it seemed ridiculous, and to some part of him it was, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that the idea seemed so cool. Now he understood how the honor student worked. He didn't need to prove he was badass, he would just go how he liked and let the results prove itself. He had these thoughts as he pulled out his ranking. Silent as everyone looked it over with him. A bet, too, really? Lied asked with wide eyebrows. Could have sworn you'd at least be a Gimel 3, 4 going on that crazy trip. It doesn't matter. If this is where I am now, then I know where I need to go from here. After nearly dying, this was hardly a setback. All he needed to do now was climb the ranks until he reached the top. Alright, let's wrap this up. You, last Moran. Kalego-sensei yelled at his now sworn rival. Get going. Yes sir. Izuku shouted, walking over to the owl. Please be a bet, too, please for the love of God be a bet, too. He muttered as he made his way over. With how his own ranking went, guess it wouldn't be a surprise for it to be that low, unfair as it was. Does thou think it will become a Dale 4, such as Asmodos? Giman asked the others. With Izuku you can't be sure. Asmodos said with a hint of an eye roll. I've almost given up trying to understand him. Who knows, maybe he'll get something completely random and new. Jazz suggested. Stop being moronic, you lot. Kalago-sensei commanded the group. The ranking owl is a fair judge who never strays from its job. Never in the 5,000 years we've relied on it has it failed us in any way or form. Their kind even took a vow of silence, never speaking to anyone for any reason. He was interrupted from his lesson lecture as the very owl began to scream at the top of its lungs. Kalago-sensei's eyes began erratically twitching. Or the honor student gets to ruin my day once again. Calm down, it's okay, there's nothing wrong. Unless I'm doing something wrong. Izuku shouted as the owl flew away. Wait a second, I never got my rank. He shouted, hand raised at the bird. A hand that now supported a very odd object on it. Huh, how'd this ring get on me? Everyone stared as Sabro remembered a tale. The only type of story his dad told him that he truly enjoyed, the kind that involved the Demon King. This one involved the prophecy, the fortune of the next Demon King to walk the lands and replace the missing king. He shall make one and all his loyal subjects. He'll make blood pacts and heal them all. He'll descend from a foreign realm, and wear the sacred ring of Solomon on his right hand. Words that were forever engraved within his mind. He then replayed the events of the last few hours in his head, everything that Izuku regarded. He walked up to a ferocious beast and tamed it. His left hand was bandaged, and he said the baby beast was injured. And his right hand now carried a golden ring. He took a glance at Clara and Asmodeus, a servant and a soon-to-be one. If he was from a foreign realm he could wait a second, that wasn't right. He was the grandson of the chair demon. Then again, from what he recalled, Izuku came practically out of nowhere, being first mentioned by the chair demon at orientation. Nah, it's not like the man would kidnap someone. Also, that can't be the Ring of Solomon. None of the stories mentioned anything about a smoke monster that arrived from its vessel. His brain froze as he registered what he just thought. I have no frame of reference for what I just went through. Izuku thought as he tried to process what he was seeing. He almost died multiple times today, but that was par for the course. Rescuing a student by taming a giant monster bird, Mom? A little strange, but at least he helped out a person, so that kinda went into the back burner of his mental processing. But someone was actually thankful? That same person bowing to him and respected him enough to be their rival? Now that was unbelievable. Almost more unbelievable than the eldritch abomination now attached to his finger. Made out of nothing but dark green smoke, it made a noise of some form of groaning. It looked at Izuku, frowned like it was disappointed in something, then started to scream at the top of its lungs. A little annoying, but it wasn't deafening. At least to him. Apparently everyone else had to differ. Sweet Lord, someone shut it up. Jazz shouted with hands clutched onto his head. It's like every bad noise I've ever heard rolled into one. Kamu screamed out. Izuku, if you don't stop that thing I'll burn your finger off. Asmodeus threatened. That got Izuku motivated to stop it. Okay, this thing, whatever it is, woke up upset, maybe it needs to be put back to sleep. He suggested. Does anyone know a lullaby? He asked as he began trying to pet and rub the smoke. Oh, I do. Clara ran up to the culmination of everything dark and foreboding. Sleepy, sleepy, sleepy times. Once you roll into bed, you'll never wake up again. Bye-bye, Betty, Betty, baby, bye-bye. She sang in a terrible off-key tune that made Izuku somehow wish to hear the smoky thing rather than her for once. Oh come on. Shut up, Valak. You're just going to make it worse. Asmodeus protested. Today obviously wasn't going to improve either of their standings with him. No wait, I think it actually likes it. Jazz pointed to the creature, who was dancing. How was that the weirdest thing he's come across in this world? He's seen talking shoes that say they are fine in voices that don't belong to mortal ears. It's actually kinda cute. Does anyone have a camera? Let's feed it candy, it'll likely look really adorable while doing so. Kerori spoke with a smile and sparkles in her glasses. Don't enjoy yourselves, you idiots. Weren't you just screaming in pain from it a second ago? Kalego-sensei tried bringing some sense back to the class, keyword, tried, if it had any to begin with. Do not worry, Kalego-sensei. For I, Sabro Sabnok, shall take on this pathetic little dash. The creature glared at him, and Sabro suddenly started wobbling in place. What the heck, I can't feel my power. He screamed, everyone turning in shock. Did it just steal his magic? Lied asked. The thing then went to one of the bronze buttons on Izuku's coat and bit down on it, sparks and energy making an axe 3 times its size. Ask fate a question, it stabs you in the balls. He replied in the face of the threat. The horror started swinging it around, obviously aiming it at the others. Everyone ran away in fear, except for Clara, who ran in joy. Not exactly different from her version of playtime, to be honest. If the threat of being incarcerated for murder didn't threaten his well-being so much, and they weren't in danger of injury or death, he might have found it amusing that something so tiny was chasing around his class. Hey! Stop that! The little spawn of darkness looked conflicted, looking at the other students and back at him for a while, before dropping the axe and making its way back to Izuku. A light, I can control it to some extent. Good thing you can at least keep your own magic under control. Asmodeus walked up to him, trying to gauge the creature. Now I'm pretty sure I can. The smoky monster gave one glare, and Asmodeus began to stumble where he stood. What? But I hardly did. The glare became harder, and Asmodeus actually fell to his knees. It looked like it took a lot of willpower not to fall flat on his face. Asmodeus-san. Are you alright? No, I'm perfectly fine after having such a lovely creature steal my precious magic. What do you think? The yelling was enough to rep-arc the creature's anger as it began spewing fire from its mouth. Don't use my own magic against me. I swear on my life I don't know how this thing works. Izuku. Calm down and let me see it. Kalego-sensei came up to him and spoke in probably the most caring tone he's ever heard him speak. I'll just take a closer look. And a sudden foreboding aura was felt between the demon and the human the moment the teacher touched his shoulder, making Kalego back away in fear, looking even more scared of him than of opera. Sensei. What's wrong? My arm, I thought it vanished. An illusion? Kalego eyed Izuku, who didn't like how afraid the normally scary teacher was of him now. No, it was threatening me. The man raised his arm high. For the record, I apologize in advance, you shouldn't have had your potential threatened so shortly. Izuku was well aware there was a level of power, far beyond his capability. Even with heroes he experienced the gap. He just never expected to see it widen even further in a demon. For he did not avert his gaze, he did not avert blink at the sight before him. It simply shifted. One instant the man's arm was raised, the next it's frozen halfway to Izuku, stopped only by an index finger. His mind hasn't even processed the sight before him in full before he heard scolding. Kalego-kun, what do you think you're doing? Cutting off student limbs like that isn't how a teacher should act. Grandpa. You're here. He wasn't fully aware of what Kalego-sensei was about to do, so seeing Sullivan stop him right before the mutilation was a huge relief. Of course I am, dear boy. I heard a scream I haven't heard in forever, and I had a feeling that you may have needed a little bit of help. More than a little, actually. Izuku sighed, and watched as the ring monster gave its intense gaze to his demon grandfather. Watch it, it'll. Sullivan simply smiled, patting the creature on the head, which began to wobble as if drunk, clutching its head as if it had a hangover. It was quickly sucked up back into the ring with a pop as people stared. The envious take a ring. Able to steal others' magical capabilities, but it has a tendency to seek its capacity. Luckily I hit that right away by simply existing. He laughed as other students stared in a mix of awe and horror. That sounds pretty intense. He was glad for the explanation, but a small part of him still held some worry. This ring, it just took whatever magic was available without regret, stealing something these people have had all their lives. He briefly recalled an old legend of a quirk-stealing villain that ruled Japan from the shadows, and his heart sank all the more deeper. What if it goes out of control again? What if people actually get hurt? Wait, if it's stolen, can I give the magic back? Don't tell me I've left them magicless. There has to be something. His rant is cut off by a chuckle from his grandpa. Relax Izuku-kun, when we get home I'll fix it all right away, he assured, now approached by Kalego-sensei. Speaking of, would you like to explain how he came into contact with such an object from the ranking owl? He asked with a minor glare. The rank owl is known to leave surprises for anyone every once in a while. It'll be fun to see where this all goes. When you've lived for millennia, oddities are bound to pop up on occasion. That doesn't exactly help Grandpa. Izuku wondered if Sullivan enjoyed being intentionally vague about important details, or if he was just forgetful with old age. Oh, and by the way, once the ring is put on, you're stuck with it for life. He spoke without a single ounce of worry. How am I going to wash my hands? Izuku asked as he stared down at the ring. You clearly have bigger concerns, screams Asmodeus. Now gather up everyone. I want to take a class photo so I can add it to the scrapbook. Asmodeus's concerns went ignored by the chair demon as the rest of the students decided to comply, happy to put the last few minutes behind them like it never happened. Alright, let's take memories for how the rest of the year will be. Lai cheered as Kalego let out a groan of despair. Now everyone say Davy. Sullivan cheered, making his 3 6s hand gesture for everyone. Davy. The class copied, all the while Izuku gripped his right hand, wondering if this was going to be a problem now, almost forgetting one important detail. Wait, I never got ranked. It may have barely been the first week of school, but that hardly stopped troublemakers from running about making life difficult for those that strove to be exceptional demons, and thus, Mary had to work twice as hard, maybe even 3 or 4 times harder, than everyone else to keep the peace within the school. If some students were arguing, she would do everything she could in order to de-escalate the situation at hand. If some delinquents wanted to cause pain on others, she'd either threaten them to stop, or remind them why they should listen to her threats to begin with. Ma'am, the execution cannonball regulations that need approval for the day. Smoke greeted, handing her a large stack of papers. Thank you Smoke, you may leave, she said. The purple-skinned girl nodded and walked away, leaving Mary alone. She started to trail off her thoughts, letting them wander over to the current misfit class. The list of danger they presented to the school was immense, as the reason they were usually sent there, but this year seemed to be an even bigger list than the one before. How the heck are 17 limbs broken playing a game of poker? The most notable had to be Izuku Midoriya. Everywhere that boy wandered, something disastrous happened. Forbidden chants, fights, demons as familiars, Clara Valak, less spoken on that one the better, causing trouble with the shopkeep, going into Cutthroat Valley, and now the awful screaming that ruined everyone's ears. She rubbed her own, phantom pain throbbing in agony. Apparently the official story was that he got a ring that hasn't been seen in ages, just his luck right? No one could be this outrageous by sheer accident. He had to be a master planner, or simply abusing the power of his grandfather. Speaking of, she had suspicions. He was oddly passive compared to his people. He never gave an active display of casting magic that wouldn't be caused by external sources. There were no visible horns that rested on his head. And according to rumors he liked to train by walking to and from school, the ridiculous length that seemed overkill. She wasn't one to question or doubt one demon's drive or ambition, but this whole series of chaos was just too suspicious to be ignored. Her father had instilled certain instincts within her due to the nature of his work, and it was because of this work she knew the truth about the world, the undeniable truth that humans were in fact real. Others may mock her, but the fact was that only very few high-ranking demons were aware of their existence, that for years, humans have made contracts with demons involving desires, mainly by summoning the most powerful of their kind to the human world. Rarely, if ever, would you find a human in the netherworld. It got even stranger after, according to her father, the incidents known as quirks started to appear. It allowed humans to look strange enough and demons to look normal enough to blend in with each other. You literally couldn't tell each other apart bearing a few common factors, and the powers they got could rival that of magic itself. It's too coincidental. The chair demon, one of the few truly aware, happens to bring his so-called grandson out of nowhere and begins causing untold amounts of chaos around him. She had no idea what the intentions of this Izuku Midoriya were, whether he be a hapless victim of the chair demon or a deranged madman seeking endless calamity, but whatever the case, there was one solution. I must confirm my suspicions, and report him to the proper authorities if he turns out to be human. However, first things first. It was 12, lunchtime, where Mary was able to be alone without any interruption. She made it plenty clear that she was to be left alone during this period, or she would give the victim 30 laps with a whip. She moved over to the bookshelf, pressing on a magic seal hidden under some books, until a loud click was heard. A deep breath, an exhale, she prepared herself as she opened up the door to her most beloved possession from her papa. The only of its kind, an existence that is contraband to the world itself. The forbidden texts? She spoke in a barely audible gasp. She couldn't understand a single word that was written, but going by the images alone, it was truly a fascinating insight on how humans operated. She opened up the first tomb with a smile, the first few pictures demonstrating a schoolgirl running and bumping into a male student, who raised his hand out to her, thus activating the strange phenomenon of inducing red cheeks and a clutch on her chest. Maybe it's an attack, or a form of mind control. Oh, how she longed to know what these letters meant. Opera was silent as they drove the carriage. Seeing how it was a straight trip with very little going to threaten an aura like the one surrounding them, they chose to idly listen in on the inside, wanting to hear the conversation. "Are you enjoying the ride, Izuku-kun?" The voice of Sullivan was familiar with its usual source of cheer. "Honestly, it feels a little much, and I'd rather not stand out more than I already am." The nervous voice of Izuku was also familiar by now. "Well, worry not, with this modification your ring will no longer actively attack people. I'll need to gather some parts from a few of my contacts to make it perfect, but you're no longer in danger of harming someone." The fact Sullivan was absolutely not worried about a single thing was baffling, especially after Inko gave him quite the earful for it. "Thanks, Grandpa, that's a relief to hear." Izuku's gaze hardly left the ring that was now permanently attached to his finger. "It was so terrifying yesterday seeing that smoke creature steal my friend's magic and attack everyone. It was weird, Izuku's voice seemed conflicted. "It was the first time I've ever had anything resembling a quirk, and it nearly kills everyone. So much for being a hero. Come now, Izuku, you can be whatever you want to be, I guarantee it." It was true, he's seen the man have plans for Izuku to become the Demon King, the President of Japan, and the top hero of the World Hero Association all at once. It would make life so much simpler if he put this much effort into his job. Izuku was silent after that, which seemed to be perfect timing as they finally arrived. The classmates started to mutter as Izuku walked out. There goes the honor student. In a carriage no less, so classy. What do you expect with someone that powerful in his family? Each one caused a violent shaking as the boy in question was getting out. Now to do their job as a butler, and roll out the silky and sparkling red carpet for them to walk upon. Opera-san. Why did you feel the need to do that? Partial order, partial humor, partial subconscious sense of servitude and making things grand. Their reply was interrupted as Alice Asmodeus walked up. Izuku, I see you finally chose to ride rather than do your training routine. I mean, I get it in all honesty. You wish to become stronger, but who needs that much muscle power on their legs? If I could have walked, I would have, but Grandpa can be rather persistent. The youngest Midoriya groaned. True, Sullivan's puppy act lasted all of breakfast to the point that Inko told Izuku to just indulge the chair demon. I don't do well with all the staring. Izuku-kins. Another newly familiar voice, one that has caused them to buff out the front gate one too many times from teeth marks. They all turned to Clara Valak, who was now rolling herself on the red carpet. You brought a toy. This is so fun. She laughed, quickly becoming a massive bundle. Would you stop messing around, you're making a bigger scene, Asmodeus groaned. Not before I perform my special move, Red Missile. Shouted the Valak, ramming the representative student in the stomach with enough force to send him flying. Your best friend seems as lively as ever. Opera did not envy the young lad. Sullivan was a bit much to handle on his own, but Clara Valak was like 5 mini Sullivans if they spent 2 hours drinking nothing but coffee. They prayed for all those standing in her way on the day the little Valak girl discovered caffeine. Now then Izuku, I got us a hell phone plan. Sullivan handed him a purple phone with horns and a tail-shaped keychain on it. I'm not quite sure how to use it yet, but now we can communicate whenever. So wait, did we rip off you guys or did you rip off us? Izuku asked, confused about how well copyright worked between worlds. And have you guys always used technology, or is it run on magic? Wait, would that count as techno-magic? Machines that can function with specific spells and runes. Opera was surprised to learn that Izuku's immense analysis and babbling was not one of those quirks like his mother's limited levitation. Well then, I'm off. Do try to stay safe, my darling grandson. Sullivan flew off to his office, making a big show for the small audience that gathered around the red carpet. How do you deal with it? Izuku asked them. Catnip and determination. Opera spoke honestly. Now then, I shall go and fetch the carpet before your companions destroy it. I wish you a good day. And with a crack of their neck, they got to work. Resting on a chair, Geemon watched his companions in the class, soon to be part of his 100 allies. He was making good progress on Pissarro, walking the boy into class when he would have been late sleeping in. That was step 1 of his stratagem completed. Now he needed to refocus it onto these unknown people, and wonder how to make them allies as well. Kamu was quite frankly a bit of a scoundrel. He had heard rumors of his debauchery on the fair maidens of the school, and the miscreant certainly lived up to the low expectations he had set forth. However, they had a strange code they followed, being one with manners and formality despite their current way of life. How confusing. Lyde was a bit more tolerable, if a bit ignorant of his surroundings. How one could waste so many hours on a little contraption during such a vital period known as homeroom he'll never know. Jazz was a man who knew how to form bonds and gain trust. Truly one who understood how to act around others. However, which parts were genuine and which were fake to get an object were about as easy to tell apart as a flipped coin. Elisabetta was another gentle soul. Sweet and caring, almost motherly to all she met. It made him feel warm inside when she thanked him for one of the treats he forged for his companions. However, her eyes almost seemed to disrobe him whenever gazing, something Geemon found quite unnerving. Schneider was actually quite the well-educated fellow, one that he managed to have such an enlightened conversation with during their little excursion through the treacherous valley. His vastly superior mind was quite amusing to witness in practice. Kerori was a quiet and delicate flower compared to the more rambunctious classmates. She was actually the least rambunctious out of their little collective, being more slow to speak and act than anybody else. One may almost forget she was around, as terrible as that may sound. The only thing that one could call uncanny about her were the intense glares of contempt she held towards the honor student, Izuku. Whenever he was around she seemed to be filled with an evil not found in most souls. Speaking of, the boy in question was off limits. He may look like a trustworthy companion in his eyes, smart yet nervous, and bundled with energy, but he was friends with someone. How could a friend ever become a valuable ally? One with the terror only known as Valak, and now with the class delinquent. He suspected the tiny green boy was slowly amassing an army of the most unpredictable students of Beyblades. He would be less worried when one thought of how long that would normally take, in which one could easily stop the movement before he came to full power. Unfavorably, however, the chair demon of the school was his grandfather, and with nigh infinite resources at his beck and call, it seemed more like an inevitability than a foolhardy plan. Along with the fact that the most unpredictable students in Babbles were, in fact, within the very classroom they now existed in. All he could do was gather his 100 allies and hope their combined force would topple the empire of chaos Izuku wished to achieve. He could likely get Alice to help, he seemed to wish for Izuku to use his head for calm and logical thought. However, when he addressed the man in question as Alice-sama, the response he was returned with was as follows. Know your place, you peasant. Refer to me by my family name or I'll burn you alive. So thus that bridge was likely burnt to cinders. The teacher came into the room, fantastic, he had all his thoughts in order about the 13 people within their classroom, and thus could place all of his attention onto the man in front of them. All right, you students, we're finally going to give you actual classes for the day. Take these sheets, know your schedule, and be there when necessary. All right, time for some normal and mundane school activities, Izuku muttered happily, only to receive a stare devoid of emotion from Asmodeus, and a stare brimming with emotion from Kerori. What? Excitement. For normality? Peculiar in of itself, but this was regarding the honor student, who sought danger in almost every form imaginable. Whatever the madman had planned for today, Geemon was certain there was little he, or anyone else for that matter, could do about it. Elisabetta was quite pleased for the day. So many wonderful lessons she could take to heart. How to change the color of frogs into something beautiful, how to gaze upon the stars and give them defining shapes to locate even when lost. Beauty could truly be found in every form of life. She was in the botany tower now, sitting next to potential husband 4, who was busy playing his games. So adorable the way his ears twitched every time he did good. She found the teacher walking in, a short lady taking a look around the class with a gentle smile of a grandmother. Good morning class, my name is Susie Stolers. She spoke in a calm and cute manner, almost cat-like in her mannerisms and speech. Today I'll be teaching you all about botany, Mew. She held her hand over a tiny plant bud, just barely sprouting out of the dirt in the pot. Just place your hand over the sapling and chant Quan Quan. The plant responded in kind with a glow, sprouting almost instantly into a beautiful flower with cat-like ears and eyes, big and fluffy, looking absolutely healthy. How gorgeous! Now then, all of you do the same. A little trick that helps is clearly envisioning what kind of plant you want to make. Is that right? Ah yes, potential husband 3. Then as the future demon king, I shall prove to you all that my creation is superior. Quan Quan. He shouted loudly, aiming at his plant as it gave a bright glow, dying down to reveal a yellow spikeball on a stem with eyes and a vicious growl. Behold, the plant of power worthy of the Demon King. It's eating the pot. Potential husband 2 shouted as he pointed at the flower that was currently in the middle of its own self-destruction. I get that they are based on imagination and personality traits, but should they really be so self-destructive? He asked with cute worry. Of course, my rival. This is the destruction god, the one who will destroy all in his path. He shouted with glee. Oh, how passionate. B+, Stolar Sensei spoke without a second look. Obviously. So unrefined, potential husband 1 stated, looking down on his plant and placing a hand there. Quan Quan. He muttered, the flower blooming in an inferno, becoming a blazing bud of beauty. Behold, the superiority of my bloodline. Wow. A fire flower. I probably should have guessed that. Kinda obvious, potential husband 2 muttered at it. It's still amazing to look at though. A+, came the grading, along with a kind smile. Of course, magic isn't just making something crude to destroy, it's an art one has to refine. Potential husband 1 spoke a bit too haughtily for her liking, but the power it held drove her wild inside. Potential husband 1 and his blazing flower were soaked in water, courtesy of a bucket from potential husband 3. Don't forget to water your flower, it is very important for its health. He spoke condescendingly. Actually, how would you have given water to something always burning? Asmodeus? No. Potential husband 2 shouted at the fight. Ah wow, now that's something to watch. She wished that it was a bucket of oil rather than water, but it did the job well. The sparkles shining off every hit, the beauty of combat. And those were the main 4 she wanted, in order, everyone else can be anything. She turned to potential concubine A, giving her a smile. How's your plant doing, Kerori-chan? She asked the shy girl. She was presented with a beautiful flower, shining brightly and shaped as if a dress one wore to the ball. Her heart thumped just looking at it. How amazing. Potential concubine A only gave an embarrassed yep with some mutters of a not at all. Oh, how Elisabetta wishes she could cuddle the girl. The shouts of the 2 students drove her mind out of that space. She saw the teacher strangling the 2 of them with some branches. Now then, can we get you to calm down, Mew? After some quick nods they were released. Oh well, time to make her own beauty. Elisabetta aimed her hand down at the flowers. Quan quan. She spoke, causing them to bloom into large and archaic-looking sunflowers, pink miasma rolling off of them. Ah, a pheromone user, charming. Izuku wrote down everything he saw. Every flower was such an insight into other people's desires, and showed off their potential thought process. Such as Jazz's money-shaped flower, which produced jewels that could be sold, although the man let out a silent tear when counterfeit was pointed out, or Light's roulette tree you could play games on for fun, or Pisaro's fluffy tree to sleep on like a baby, or Kamu's unspeakable horror that's not rated for this fic. Gaiman produced a flower made out of moving wind, something he found very interesting, now needing to keep an entire section dedicated to the relationship between magic and physics. He turned his head. How's yours doing, Clara? He was greeted by what could best be described as Picasso art in nature. It was a rainbow of colors and shapes jumbled together without rhyme or reason, eyes blinking and growling at the same time. A small baby eldritch raven rested upon the top, cawing at him. He would have to amend her using her bloodline magic based on mental pictures and imagination, because that's just too messed up to exist. She hid it inside of her shirt. I haven't made mine yet. Clara, normally I'd just give a lecture on how hiding a mistake doesn't make it go away, but now I'm more concerned about it biting you, Izuku told her, very cautious of whatever it is. I got it. Jazz shouted, now holding up the plant. Wait, they never saw him get near them. How did he take it? Was it a bloodline magic? Did he somehow steal things without reaching them, giving him the persona of a thief by accident? And his train of thought was cut off as soon as the raven on the plant began to juggle. So weird, right, Stola-sensei? Lied asked with a cheeky grin, looking at the teacher who looked at the plant very hard for a few seconds. A minus. She spoke kindly. How? Most of the class thought in awe. Clara giggled, clapping in happiness. Well, at least she did well, better than him. He turned to his own plant bud, ingrown and a definite F. He didn't have magic or spells he could use besides that blood that heals demons apparently. Gazing at the ring on his finger, covered with an X on it. He could steal someone's magic if he did it right, but then the achievement wouldn't belong to him. He'd just be copying someone else's. It would be nice, just for something small at the bottom. Something from home like Himawari, or the Tsubaki, or the Sakura trees that bloom. He aimed his hand, muttering "Quan Quan" to himself. Being useful, what a joke, he thought as the ring began to spark. He backpedaled as the ring began to spark and glow, a small whistle sound coming from it as a bolt of energy transferred from the ring and into the plant, which now began to spark and glow itself. Before anyone could ask anything, he got a phone call on his cell, right, his hell phone. He flipped it open and answered. Hello? Hey there, Izuku, I finally figured out this thing. So glad to hear your voice. Grandpa shouted as everyone looked between him and the plant. I just wanted to warn you to not activate the ring, otherwise it'll take a portion of magic from everyone you know into a max power spell. But I'm sure I've gotten in time to warn you before you use it, right? He didn't answer, simply lowering the phone with a look of defeat. He switched over to Asmodeus, who was looking for an answer but somehow knowing he'll get a bad one. I'm sorry. Was Izuku's only form of condolence for what was to come. Damn it, Midoriya dash. Asmodeus shouted over the tree that began to sprout. Aiko's dreams of hanging around and getting to know Izuku were a bit, shall we say, out of reach for the moment. It seemed whenever she made an attempt at reaching out to her green-haired savior, something always got into her way. She would have talked to him during lunch before classes were decided, but the large crowd of people by the shop made it hard to reach him. And when classes were decided, she was disappointed to find out they wouldn't be in the same class, rather his infamous reputation had landed him in the misfit class, as laughable as that was for her. How could a troublemaker go through all that trouble just to protect her? Really, the danger junkie rumors were starting to get a little ridiculous. Then again, he had been seen hanging around Clara Valak, a bundle of chaos in and of herself, who never separated herself from the freckled cutie, not that she was jealous. She was sure Izuku was just showing the same level of kindness he showed her. Why would she be jealous that Valak got to spend pretty much every waking moment at school with her hero? Her point was, she saw less of Izuku than she would like, and despite what Gakko thought about it, she'd do anything just to say hello to him every once in a while. Apparently, there was some force in the universe that took pity on her, because an opportunity came in the strangest of fashions. What the? Gakko stood aghast as she, as well as most of the school, found themselves rushing over to the diabotany classroom to see probably the most beautiful sight anyone in the netherworld had ever witnessed. It was a tree, a lush, colorful, vibrant tree that smashed through the glass ceiling of the classroom for all of Babyliss to see. On the tree were flowers that she's never seen before, flowers of so many colors that they gave rainbows a run for their money. Quite a few of them were black with shades of orange on the rims of the petals, some were the same shade of green of her hero, others were a lighter shade of green, a few were white with a light pink shading, some were purple, some were red, but most were a bright blue with a yellow center, and streaks of red and white running all across it. All of them formed into little petals that flew into the breeze, forming a lovely haze that blanketed the sky. It was breathtaking, everyone taking pictures and talking about what to make of it. Eiko herself stood flushed with Gakko, never in history had they witnessed such a creation. Who could have done it, she wondered, as she stared at one of the petals. One that got particularly close. One that she soon learned wasn't a petal but rather a bundle of people being launched in her direction. "Look out!" A familiar, cute voice shouted as she got out of the way, along with a flurry of other familiar-looking students tailing him towards the ground. The group crashed with a loud thud, and with the cracks on the ground, now littered with broken glass, she almost thought they were about to fall through it. Sorry. I really made a big mess of things, didn't I? That you did, Danger Junkie, that you did, a blonde student with a black streak in his hair answered with a smirk as he attempted to get the pile of students off of him. And here I thought you couldn't make gardening fun. Where do you even store the mana for that massive tree, on a student, are you a glutton or something? Asked a black-haired kid with 5 rings on his hand and sharp eyes. Is Izuku? Eiko shrieked, her face blushing and her voice a bit too high for her liking. The voice was high enough to draw his attention as well. "Oh, Eiko," he greeted, despite being buried under 2 other students. "Oh my god, I mean Davy, I almost hit you. I'm sorry. It was a malfunction, there was a late call and a lot of sparks." He started to mutter in self-deprecation. That wouldn't do, he was great as he was. "No, it's fine. We're first years after all, so an accident or 2 is bound to happen, right?" She gave a laugh too forced for her liking. Accidents don't usually end with people almost dying. Asmodeus cried out, barely able to make his voice heard as a foot was planted on his face. "Valak, get your disgusting feet off of me. I can hardly breathe." He was answered with a light kick by said foot. "What are you talking about, Azaz? That was fun. Izuku-kin's super plant was great. Just think about how many games we can play here. Oh, can you make another big one we can fly on?" She asked with a laugh that seemed annoying to Eiko personally. "Clara, you have wings, we don't need a massive tree to fly." Izuku justified. "Although now I have 2 near-death experiences with air travel," he muttered. A man who rushed into danger, so cool. I guess I should have figured you would have made this, though." Eiko pointed at the tree, now having about a third of the student body under its lively branches. "It's beautiful, Izuku. I've never seen anything like it." He did that little body shake he tended to do, but there was no danger around. Oh, that. Like I said, I didn't mean for any of this to happen, I was just thinking about home, I guess." He got a good look at his creation. "Though, I wonder why it's so colorful. I was thinking about a sakura tree, but why are there so many colors involved? Is it because of the ring taking it from people I know? If so, how does it decide " He was cut off from his rambling as one of the black and orange-tipped petals fell into the hallway, staring at it in a pale horror. "Yo, Izuku, what's up?" asked the blonde student as Izuku shook out of it. "Nothing, lied-san, just realized I should probably help Stola-sensei clean up my own mess before anybody gets mad. Clara, you wouldn't happen to have a rake and a few trash bags?" You got it, best friend. She handed him the items. Huh? What were friends? Why was Izuku friends with Clara? Why wasn't she friends with Izuku? Eiko. Gakko shook her, snapping her out of it. You stopped breathing for a whole minute. Izuku said he'll see you later and left. He'll see me again. She screamed, feeling herself close to passing out. Oh, how great this was. For watching this video. There will be more out soon. Thank all and have a good day.